Alright, we're about to start. It's looking good, bruv. Oh, wow. It's been long since I did a live stream. It's been so damn long. But it's about time. It's about time. Almost ready. Right, time to crush it. Time to crush it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live stream of Nyanumba Codes. I am Steve Nyanumba. I am your host. Today we're going to be doing something very, very, very revolutionary. It's more or less like a time attack, sort of, right? What we're going to be doing is building an e-commerce system. And we're going to be doing it live on stream. We're just going to be going over the logic on building an e-commerce system. And most people wouldn't really understand the essence of getting into developing one. And I really want to touch on that mainly because the major understanding around building an e-commerce system needs to be fully brought home. When it comes to not looking at it just like a website, but it needs to be looked at as a full-on system that can be able to do a whole bunch of stuff. And I think generally when most people would approach me about building an e-commerce system, it wouldn't look as though it is on a basis of they want to build a full system. They want just to build a website where they're displaying products. But it's not as easy as that. If they want to manage things like live transactions and, you know, selling these items online and being able to just get the order requests and, you know, all that good stuff. I think the entirety of the logic needs to be explained as I code this particular system. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. Let's begin the stream. And here we are. So, I'm just going to go back to my desktop at the moment. This is going to be a hot one. So I suggest you buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready, get your code panels live and ready, get your Laravel live and ready. And we begin from this point. So it's simple, really. I'm just going to go to open sites. We begin over here with new Laravel project. I'm going to start with Laravel Jetstream. I always start with Laravel Jetstream. My stack is going to be Livewire. Project name will be eCommerce. I'll just call it e-commerce app. I'm not going to enable any of these. I'll enable it later and then remove. Now I'm using version 8.4 in terms of PHP, so I think that's something that needs to also be looked at. Yeah, I think we can move further. So this. In the meantime, we can whiteboard everything. I haven't set my super chat goals and all that stuff. We're just going for everything. Man. Okay, we're setting a goal, 15 super chats before the end of the stream. Let's see how we can do. So, still just setting up everything so that we can be able to begin. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay, so we're doing a topic brainstorm. I think I'll just use this template, but I want a blank canvas. I'm as creative as they can be, so I definitely am sure that a blank canvas is what we need. So we'll start with e-commerce system. So what is entailed in an e-commerce system? Well, essentially an e-commerce system is a live version of an inventory application. So in essence, what we're going to be looking at is selling products, right? And live tracking of stock. We're also going to be looking at things like, payment processing. I don't know why it's taking so long to type. I think something about the vertical is what's really blocking stuff. Okay, so we've talked of selling of products, we talked of live tracking of stock. I also talked of payment processing. So these are the main functions of this particular e-commerce system. That's if we're building these things from scratch, we need to put these things into account. No looking at things like, you know, when we're talking of, you know, if most people are thinking of building an e-commerce system, they'll think of going to Shopify, think of going to look at WooCommerce and all those different things. But, you know, it doesn't give like the full leverage as much as maybe Shopify definitely does. All these others would probably not give the full leverage of understanding what it takes to actually sell products in an e-commerce system. So this is how I'll go for it. I'm actually going to reduce the music at this point so that we can be able to focus up. Great. So payment processing, live tracking of stock, selling products, right? And, you know, searching of products. I'm going to go ahead and look at what it is that is a sample of what we're going to be building. I'm just going to go to Good Life, the Good Life Pharmacy, and this is one item that I got inspired by. Yeah, I think the music was a bit too distracting. So, yeah, welcome back. Welcome to the stream, Codenerd. Thank you for joining us. So, essentially, this is one of the items that I've been looking at and I got inspired by, and most people will think that this is just a website. This is not just a website. This is a full-on system that is working behind the scenes. You can see things like discounts, things like cart systems, things like, all the products that are there, searching for the products. I could come here and search for, I don't know, I'm looking at La Roche-Posay skincare items over here. I could look for eardrops. Of some sort, something like, I don't know, eardrops. And then it gives me all the list of products inside this card-like system over here. It has a fixed height. I don't know, I'm focused so much on looking at the UI and everything, but we're going to be focused on looking at the back-end incorporation of all these different items. So these are the main operations, these ones. And through these main operations, we'll be able to craft out the full-on database just from the top of my head, I guess. But we'll go over the whole logic of how and why it is that I am doing specific functions here. So I'm done building this. I can go ahead and open it in VS Code so we can start. And mostly I like to start with the database and the seeders. So you can see our migrations, our default migrations are users, cache, jobs, add two-factor columns, the personal access tokens, and so on and so forth. So I'll come in here and open up a new, I don't know if I've done that. So I'll open up a new, and then I'll come in here and put in the commands of all the different tables that I'll be dealing with at this point. So in this system, we have two types of users. So these are the main functions of what we're going to be using. Then we're going to have users, right? So we have the users, which are the customers, and we also have the administrators. Okay, so that means of like the shop or something of the sort, right? Customers will have definitely their own login, their own place where they can check in their orders and all that kind of stuff, and the admins will be able to check everything that entails in the system, all the orders, the number of customers that they're able to get, and everything else, right? So most people wouldn't get that this situation is two different applications in one. And that's one thing that I'd want to also emphasize also. So you'll be able to see customers will be able to like what? Will be able to buy items. They'll be able to, let me actually even remove this. So customers buy items, right? So in terms of buying the items, they order. So buying is like making the purchase, right? They order items, right? They can put items in the cart. They can do a lot. They can do quite a bunch of stuff, and depends on whether or not the customer is logged in. We're either using sessions or we're using the customer's login session to actually be able to check, the status of their cart. So if they're logged in, like let's say for example, if we go back to our other e-commerce system over here is Amazon. I can be able to, because I'm logged in, I can be able to see my cart over here of items that I've already like selected and saved into my system. And over here in Good Life, because I've not saved my login, if I come in here and refresh, then my cart will refresh just like that. Well, it comes back because the session is still there. So if I did a refresh by deleting the session, I think it still would be persistent, I guess. But normally what happens is that this cart is stored in the browser of the user. So if I got onto this through another browser, it wouldn't show me this cart. So it normally is held within we'll go to application, local storage, and then you can see all this data over here. And this is where the data of this cart is usually stored. So yeah, I don't know if it's session storage. I think it could be session storage. It's either session storage or local storage, between the two. I'm not entirely certain, but the technology is there. The idea of the technology is there. So we can just move on forward and see what we're dealing with at this point. So he spent 4 months trying to create that with Next.js. I just trashed the project like it didn't go anywhere. Bruv, let me tell you one thing about Next.js is that the most complicated thing about it is that you're dealing more about the technology rather than dealing with, the logic of the code itself. What you need to understand is that you don't really need to deal with the complex technologies. Most people are thinking of Next.js is the next best thing. Just because it's called Next doesn't mean it's what's next. Let me, no pun intended right there. Or maybe I did intend the pun, but still. What I'm just trying to say here is that I don't think Next.js is all that, for the way most people will be building projects with Next.js. Let's actually just start building, and then let's see what we can. Let's just build and see where we'll land as we proceed on. So we have the users table. What I want to do here is I want to also build the roles and the permissions and all those different things. So let's do this. So we'll do PHP artisan. So these commands for PHP artisan, I've minimized them. So PHP artisan. If I look into the terminal, there's something wrong here. I think the thing about it is it's using version 8.3. I don't know why my terminal is misbehaving today, which is interesting. Because I think if I were to open this inside the terminal, let's just go to the sites and open it in the terminal. If I type here PHP artisan, it does that. What if I do PA? It doesn't do anything. But that's because I've linked it up with bash. So setting this up is usually very similar. So I just clicked on open sites, I added, and it created. So ideally, everything should just be working straight out of the gate. I don't understand why it's not. Let me just open it with PowerShell instead. Yeah. Yeah, so bash is not working at the moment. So let's use PowerShell instead. Okay, so we'll just do this command. So PHP artisan. So in order for us to make rules, we'll just, okay, PHP artisan make model role. We'll do -m so that it creates the migration as well. So we have the role model. We won't do permissions model. We'll do customers. So customer -m. Yeah, things like that. And then I think for the customer also, they'll have so many other different details stored inside their accounts. So like, let's say, for example, if I come in here and do create an account, you'll definitely see that when you're registering, you just need an email address and a password. But then once you've already done that, there'll be more details that you're adding, things like the first name, last name, the date of birth, you know, things like that, things that are not necessary initially. So we'll just leave it like that for now. Okay, so we've made a customer role. Permissions will be different filed separately, and they'll only be indented in hard code. So what I like to usually do is I'll go to app. Is it app really? No, I go to config. Actually, I go to config, create a file over here called permissions, and then .php, and then I'll come in here and just open up a PHP tag, and then I'll just do return, and I'll return an array, just say permissions. It's an associative array. And then now this is where I put in the permissions, things like create user, right? Create customer. So I usually put it in plural, and then instead of create, I'll just do manage, so that it just handles CRUD all together. Then I save it like this, and save it like this. And I don't need to, actually, I don't need to do anything else from this point onwards. I can put more permissions over here and then attach them to the roles table through JSON format in one of the, in one of the columns. Okay, so once we're done with the customers, what we're dealing with is products, right? We have the products, but before we even go to products, this again, we're talking of categories. We're talking about conditions. Now, this is very interesting actually, because given that this is a pharmacy, it categorizes all the products based off of like the conditions that are those medicines are used to treat. Then we also have brand. We also have like sales and offers. So if a product has a discount on it, then it will be listed over here. Then things like that. And then they also have a submit prescription tab where you can put up a doctor's subscription, and then it just sends it to you, right? There's things like skin tests, is health services, but we're not focused on those parts. Those parts. So we look at shop by category, by condition, by brand, things like that. So if I look at category, you can see we have categories here: healthcare, vitamins, beauty and makeup, skincare, and all those different things, right? Then we have the subcategories over here. Like if we look at hair care, we have shampoos and conditioners, hair treatments, hair oils, styling products, hair loss and thinning, hair removal, and then cotton wool and buds. Then when we go to shampoos and conditioners, now that's when like all the products under shampoos and conditioners come up. So you can see all these different products. So you can do that as well. And essentially, it's just a matter of creating the the product category, or we'll just call it category. Then we'll call it subcategory. We'll call out a subcategory, which will be linked to the categories themselves. And then we'll have the products coming in after that, right? So we'll just do product -m, and then after that we'll do what else? I think that's pretty much it. Essentially, we also have brands, and brands should come up after the category. So I'll just come and deal with it over here. Brand, then category, then subcategory, then product. And then, I think with product, we also have things like pricing and all those different things. And another thing that we usually look at is what else can we look at? I think that's generally it, because in terms of the products, we're looking at the purchase prices and selling prices if you're dealing with it like that. If you want to add these items into the system, if we want to make a simple e-commerce site, let's actually deal with it like that, right? Let's actually deal with it like that. So after that, we also have payments. So I'll just do payment. We'll do an order. So if an order and a payment are attached, then that product is no longer existing in the system, the one that has been ordered, or rather your minus stock. Yeah, there's so many other things that we could add over here. Purchases and sales, right? So purchases. So we'll do purchase and sales. So sale -m. And that's pretty much it. Now, there's a function I'm trying to look at, terminal function. So PowerShell function to delay execution of the next command right there. So we'll just do sleep. So in between this, we'll do sleep 1. There we go. So we have all these, and we can actually run this now inside our PowerShell. So I'm just going to do shift insert, and it's going to run all those commands all together. And in the process, you will be able to see our migrations are formulating over here. This is what our database table is going to entail. And then we can also see our models are also formulating over here as well. One thing I didn't create is the role user pivot table. So I think I'll create that after this, after the last. So payments is done. Then I'll do PHP artisan make migration, and the migration I'll do is create. So I think I should zoom in so that it's also visible for most people who are trying to see like this. So create role user table, right? So we'll do that, and the way I've named it, it's according to naming convention. So role, the word R comes before the letter R comes before letter U. So yeah, that's how it goes. And then it comes in here and creates the role user table just like that. So we'll start with the users table. Okay, the users table is practically done. The first one that we need to come in here and deal with is the roles table, which is going to be a string with title, maybe title of the role. And then we're going to come in here and deal with permissions, and it's going to be in JSON format. And yeah, I think that's that. And then at this point, even permissions could be nullable. You create a user and then they're not assigned to any permissions. That's fair. Then what I want to do here is create a default role. So I'll just come in here and do table, db table, roles. Then I'll say insert, and then I'll start with title. The title here should be super administrator, and then the permissions, should be like as follows, really. We'll come in here and just do a JSON encode, and then we'll pass in config. Then I'll come and do permissions, like that. And just like that, we've finished with the roles table. We move on to customers. Now customers will have the name, so string name. We could do first name, last name, but I'd like to do make it as simple as possible. Then we'll just do email. So another thing about this is that we want to make it so that the name, the email, and the password are also not the only mandatory items here. So email and password. But then normally we'd store it as a string here, and then from the functions of creating, we will definitely encrypt them at that particular point, and then it stores it as a string in the database. So now once we come here, we'll come in here and make it nullable. Just like the way we've seen here in Good Life, when we come in here and go to our, when we go to our, our create account, you're only creating an account based off of your email and your password. So email and password. You can see email and password, just it. So now we move on to things that are sometimes usually necessary. So we have the name, we have the email, the password. Now let's look at dates, which is date of birth or birth date. Normally you save it as birth date, like that. So this is a full-on date, so it's like DMY format. And I'll leave that as nullable as well. The date of birth, the name. Let's actually create one account over here that I may have not created just yet. Or maybe I have an account, I'm not so sure. Look at the functionalities of this, and then, just transform everything straight into the system that we're going to be dealing with right now. Okay, so now you can see we have all these things. So when you go to account details, this is our dashboard generally. If we come to our account details, we have first name, last name, then there's display name, email address, current password, right? So display name is something that, it just displays. But normally, I think, from my perspective, I think we'll just use our email address as the display name. Then we have the passwords, current password, new password, and confirm password. So that's just it. I think they've not even taken date of birth at this point. Which is quite unsafe, I'd say, because you need to also confirm that this person who is ordering prescriptions is not a minor and all that stuff. But to each application their own. I think I'll just save this as birth date, and things like, for example, even here we'll just come and do national ID. Something like that, something to put on the receipt or something. But yeah, that's how we go about that. So customers is saved. We have the email and the password, just like in users over here. We have the email over here, which is supposed to be unique, and the password, which is also supposed to be unique. So I'm just going to no, password is not supposed to be unique. That's unsafe. So email is supposed to be unique. That's fine. Then we come into what? Password is okay. We have the remember token, which can definitely save something. We also have timestamps, which is okay. We have so many things that we could add over here. We could even add that remember token right here, which is quite fine. Then we have the brands. Brands is just as simple as just adding a title. So table, string, brand name. So this is going to be called name. We go to the categories, table, string, name. And then we move to the subcategories, and we're dealing with a lot more at this particular point. You can see if we go to the subcategories, it's going to be attached to a category. So we have to have a foreign ID. Why am I not able to type today? So foreign ID, this one will be called category ID constraint. And this will be fine the way it is. Then this is the string name. So that's the subcategory name, just like that. Then we have the products table. So now when we come to the products table is going to be under a category alone or under a full-on subcategory. And the thing about it is we could put it just under a subcategory, and then whenever it is that we click on, like say something like vitamins and supplements, it just brings everything that is every product that is under these subcategories, like so, you can see, and stuff like that, which is fine. So I think all in all, if we just did subcategories, like this, foreign ID, subcategory ID, and you can see it's by this name over here, subcategories. You can see it's one word, right? And it's been saved as like in plural when we're creating the migration. But when we're coming to this labeled ID, it should be like that. So for those guys who are using Next.js, like you code on it. I mean, Next.js is too complex, I'd say, especially if you're coming in from a world where you've never dealt with React. When you're coming to deal with, backend like this, when it comes to Laravel mostly, this is how simple it gets, really. So we've started with the subcategory ID. We're also going to go ahead with the brand. So we're just going to come in here and do for ID, then brand ID, constraint. But so far we've not even created anything solid, so we're almost there. And then you can be able to see like all these technologies working one after another. Then we come into table. Now what we're going to start with is the product name. So string name. Now what else is held under the products? You can see the brand name is there. We can have the name, which is cod liver oil. We can say 100 ml, which is like maybe say the description. If we open this, like let's say let's open the product page so that we can see the full-on details. Because there should be a product page. Yeah, I can see. We have the name here, right? Then we can see like all these different details over here. So you can see formulated for human support, ultra. So this is generally the description. If you want to see more details, there's more description material over here. Then there's delivery and returns. This is the policy for like delivery and returns for I think this is for all products. Then this is reviews and all that stuff. Right. So, and that's a table that we'll probably create much later in terms of dealing with such a product. You can add to wish list. This is something else that we could also have for a customer. Yeah, so many things. You can see pricing is also there. So we can say the name is there. We can do long text, and then we deal with the description. Right, so name, description, we'll come in here and deal with it like that. And then we have something else we'll add is maybe the purchase price and then the selling price. So decimal is what we'll use. The column here is purchase price. And then we'll use 10 to. I like to give myself as many options as possible. And then we have the selling price. Okay, we can call it purchase price and sale price because of the way we structured our DB, just to keep it, keep it shorter as well. And if there's anything else that we need to add here, I think we'll add later. Even if tax is involved, we can add tax in this situation. Yeah, and I think we're good to go. So we'll save that. We'll save this. Actually, in fact, we'll close all. I won't save this one. Yeah. So we have up until products. Now we come to purchases. Now when we come to purchases, the only thing that we're going to be saving here is the date of the purchase and the customer who has purchased these items. So, right, we'll come in here and just do date, and then we'll call it purchase date. And we'll come in here and do maybe say the client or it's supposed to be a foreign ID. And then we'll just do customer ID. But now the thing about this one is I want it to be nullable in such a manner that if a sale is recorded and it's sold to somebody who's not noted, no, actually, there's no situation of that happening. So somebody has to log in and save their details and then actually purchase something. Okay, and then we come in and create the sales, which is essentially the same as the purchases. And then we have the orders table. And the orders table is pretty much the same thing. So order date and a custom ID constraint. And then the payments, now we have different things to deal with over here. But before we even move on to the payments, I think we won't even deal with the payments just yet. We won't even deal with the payments just yet. Because with orders, you can make an order and then now record it as a purchase with a payment afterwards, which is logic we can do like in the next level. But as of now, let's deal with this pivot table for the foreign ID, user ID, constraint. And notice I've deleted the primary key there, the ID. And we'll do the same for here. So this one will be role ID. And then now we create the primary key, which is a composite primary key. For those guys who have not dealt with SQL, composite primary keys are primary keys that have more than one key to dictate whether or not it's going to be primary. So over here, I'm just going to come in here and do primary, pass in an array, role ID, and user ID. Have I defined it correctly? Composite primary key, I don't know. I mean, I've seen that term only once and knew where to apply it. Yeah, so a composite primary key is a primary key that uses multiple columns in a table to create a unique value for each row. This is useful when a single column isn't enough to uniquely identify a row. Yeah, that's fair. So it's for unique identification. The ID that was formulated before, the table ID, like let's say for example this one here, is it's used for unique identification. But given that we are in a situation where over here we've removed that, then we've enabled it so that we have the role ID and the user ID as the composite primary key, so that we're able to tell whether or not a user has already been assigned a particular role, or whether or not a role has already been assigned to a particular user. However it is that you wish to look at it. But yeah, we move regardless. So now we look at payments. I think payments essentially is attached to the purchases. So I'm just going to come in here and just do foreign ID and purchase ID constrained. And then because you can make multiple payments towards a particular purchase, then one thing I'll just do here is a string, call it transaction, or I'll just call it reference. So transaction reference. And then purchase ID constrained. And then we have the amount. So table, and then we'll just do amount, decimal. And I like to do amount. So this is amount, and this is 8,2. Actually, let's do 10,2 because 8,2 is just the default. And we'll leave it at that. I truly believe our DB is completely over. The only thing that we need to do is attaching the purchases to the products. And the only way we can do that is by creating 3 different tables for the purchases, the sales, and the orders. So I'll just do PHP artisan, make migration. And then we have, of course, now the products, purchases. Which one appears first in the alphabet is products, then purchases. So we'll just create product purchase table. We'll do the same thing for now, the product and then sale, product sale table. We'll do the same thing for the product order, so order product. And then, yeah, I think that's it. That's essentially it. Actually, once I'm done with this, I think I'll already be finished with the database. So essentially, because these are pivot tables, they use the same logic and the concept as this. The only thing I'm changing here is user to be product, and then role to be purchase. That's it. And then now once we look at it like this, yeah, so we have a product and a purchase, and that is the situation. So when we're looking at the product, we have the quantity and the unit price, right? That is attached to the product. So we have the quantity, which of course I'll keep as a decimal. So quantity, I think we'll not even use decimal. We'll use unsigned big integer for quantity. Assuming that you're not able to buy half an item, you buy one full item. But that's also a bit dangerous. So I think I'll just use unsigned float or decimal. I'll just use decimal for quantity. I think that's fine. It's fair. And then I'll use amount decimal, and I'll make it 10,2. So this one is going to be unit price. think I'll just keep it like that. Then we have the product sale, which is essentially the same as all of this. And the only thing I'm changing here is purchase to sale. Then I'll do the same thing for the order product. And the only thing I'm changing here is the purchase to order. Save that, save this one as well, then close all of them. Oh, save this one as well. Purchases table, saved. I think that's all. Okay, so now once we've done that, you can just do PHP artisan migrate. I doubt I'm going to change anything in the process, but we'll just work around all these different things. Now, there's one thing that I need to also create here is multiple authentication guards. And one thing I've noticed is that once I've created our system like this, what we need inside our customers model is something similar to what is inside over here. So you can see the user's model extends authenticatable. And that's exactly what we're going to extend over here inside our customer. Right? Actually, in fact, let's actually walk through the Laravel documentation for multiple auth guards. I don't know why it's giving me other articles instead of giving me the main one. But anyway, it's all good. So what I know is that once you come over here and extend authenticatable, let's actually open the user's model. You can see authenticatable over here is Illuminate Foundation auth user as authenticatable, right? So use this. This is what we're looking for. So I'm just going to come in here and import this and authenticatable, just like that. And then the next thing is, actually, let me just open the Laravel documentation for Laravel version 11. Go to the documentation. Then we go to guards, adding custom guards. So you can see, you may define your own authentication guards using the extend method on auth facade. You should be able to place or call the extend method within a service provider. And since Laravel already ships in with app service provider, we can place the code inside that provider. So this is in a situation where we are adding the an extra JWT guard or something like that. Because you can see we have a new service over here. And then we also have more guards over here. And then as you can see in the example above, the callback passed to the extend method and implementation of the auth guard. And this interface contains a few new methods you'll need to implement to define a custom guard. So once your custom guard has been defined, like in here, then you may reference the guard in the guards configuration of your auth.php configuration file. So yeah, fair. I mean, I think what happens here now is this is inside our auth.php, which is inside our config. So we'll go to config, and then we go to auth. So you can see our guards. There's web over here, and then there's other things that we can do. So web, I think I'll leave it alone for now. You can do web, you can do API. Then over here for providers, you have users, and I'm going to do another one, just do customers, where a driver, yes, is eloquent, and then our model is auth model coming in from the customer class, okay? Then when we come to dealing with our passwords, we'll deal with them for the customers as well. The provider is customers. And then the table is, well, I'll just leave it like that for now. Password reset tokens, we'll just leave it like that for now. And then, yeah, I think that's it for now. And we are good to go. So authentication guards, you may define every authentication guard for your application. Of course, a great default configuration has been defined for you, which utilizes session storage plus the eloquent user provider. So if we did our one over here for customer, and then we say provider is customers, what happens there? I mean, does that mean, you know, we are good to go at this particular point? Probably. Then we of course we need to create our middleware. Yeah, I think that's it. That's pretty much it. So once we move from that point here, I think when we extend authenticatable, like so, we can also have a few things over here. We can have the has profile photo situation. We can have the protected fillables. Actually, in fact, we can have this protected fillables in here, the exact same ones, because we have name, email, and password. We can also have the same, you know, has profile photo, notifiable, and two-factor authenticatable. We can have all these in here as well. So I'm just going to come in here and just have those used. And this is just generally a function that generates the profile photo for this particular user. We have the notifiable for the notifications. And then we have two-factor authentication for this particular customer. So that's essentially what we just need to do to enable that. Of course, we need to hide the password so that it doesn't show in JSON format whenever we're using APIs. And then, of course, we have the protected appends for the profile photo URL. And this one for the profile photo URL is casted from this has profile photo situation here. And then protected function casts. This is for email verification and stuff like that. So I'll just leave it like this, and I think we're good to go. Right. So now the next thing that we're looking at this point here I think the next thing we're looking at this point here is, okay, we've already enabled this custom guards situation. Now we need to enable our, what's this thing called? Trying to think. Our middleware, yes, our middleware. So, PHP artisan, make middleware. So what is middleware essentially? Middleware is, okay, there's two middlewares I want to have here. So there's check permission. And then there's also another one called, you know, customer. Right. So we'll just have those two middlewares. And I think I created something once in the past. I think if I open my sites and I look at this one here, the booking engine. No, that's not, this is the wrong one. If I look here inside the booking engine, we can be able to find a lot over here. So you can see I did check permission and authenticate client. So is this check permission where we check if the user has permission, which is a function inside the users table. So I'm just going to come in here and copy this. So we're just going to come in here and open it. Booking engine. Who is it? Oh, I opened it the wrong way. eCommerce app. So when you go back to our HTTP middleware, these are the middlewares that I have already created. So I'm just going to hide this. So there's check permission and then there's customer. Okay. So inside the check permission, this is the kind of logic that's going to happen here. So it's going to do an authentication check, right? If there's no authentication check, or if the authenticated user doesn't have the permission that is being declared over here, then they are unauthorized. That's how it works. So this has permission is supposed to be a function that occurs inside our users table. So if I come in here and just create the function has permission, where we pass in the permission, all right? Okay, so once we pass in the permission, this function reads as follows. So if I'm looking at this, all right, if I look at my users table, in my users model here, inside this booking engine, you can see function has permission, right? And then we can see for each of these roles, right, this user has already defined rules. Okay, but here we don't have any roles defined over here. So if we come in here and just do a function for the rules, this is where we declare a relationship between the users and the roles through the role user pivot table. So we come in here and just return this belongs to many. So we're going to do this belongs to many, and then we have our, roles model. So it's there, role class. And then what we're passing in over here is the table. So just come in here and do role user, just the name of the table, and that's enough. And that's it. I think we're good to go at this point. And then when you come in here and say this has permissions, the first thing is we're going to iterate through the many roles that this user might have. Even if it's one, it will be passed in an array. So the for each function comes into play in this situation. For each of these roles, and then we're going to leave it like this. We're not going to call it as a function, because if this returns as a relationship, then the way this comes out is with the data. It comes out with the data. For each roles as role, and now we're going to come in here and say if this role has a particular permission that we're looking for, and the logic is over here. So we're going to take the permissions and put them inside like this. So if once we've decoded the permissions inside this role, right? So, and then we find that inside the array, so in array is the function here. And in array does the needle and haystack naming kind of model. So what we're looking for inside this these permissions is the needle. So we'll just type in the permission, which is coming in from here. And then the haystack is when we decode the role permissions. Okay, and that's it. So if in array, if it's in the array, then return true. Otherwise, return false. So so it's going to go through that whole process. If it doesn't return true, then just return false. And that's it. So that's essentially the logic that lies within these particular functions right here. So if we compare them, it's pretty much the same thing, the same concept. Because over here, we're just storing the permissions inside our, inside a variable, and then we're just passing it in as a needle in a haystack situation, and then, same thing. So that is the function over here, and then that's the function that's going to be passed in over here. So now auth needs to be passed in. It's a facade. And then this has permission is a function that already exists inside the user's model. It won't directly show us that there's an error whenever it is that we run this function, but it will show that it's an error because it doesn't relate this to the user's model. It relates it to the the component itself. That is the authentication. So we're just going to leave it like that. Then we come into the customer checking or the customer authentication. So this is how I handled it in the past. When I came into authenticate client, I came in here and checked for the authentication guard for the client. And this is how I did it. So I'm just going to come in here and just deal with it like the same way, but instead of client, I have customer. And then over here, we're going to have customer.login. So if there's no authentication guard in this but authenticated user that says that this guy is a customer, then redirect to the login. Otherwise, if it exists, then just go to the next request. So that's the middleware. So now this one here is redirect if authenticated client. This is now when we are redirecting this particular client if they've logged in and they want to be redirected to let's say their dashboard, for example, or something like that. So this is how it goes. So this is when, let's say, for example, if this person is trying to get into the login page and they're already authenticated, then they're not supposed to be able to access that page if they're already authenticated. So they should just go to the login page. So it's pretty much the same thing. So if I'm going to come in here and create that here, so PHP, I don't know why it's misbehaving. PHP artisan make middleware, and then we're going to come in here and do redirect if authenticated customer. So we have the customer dashboard just like that. Okay. So we have these functions like so. And we're almost ready to start developing this system as is. So now the other things are, we need to populate all these models to, be in tandem with the migrations the way we wanted them to be. And for us to be able to do that, we'll start with the brands. Brands have relationships with the products, right? So if I come in here and just do public, I don't really need to write public, so public function, and then we just do products. Then we return this. So this has many products, right? So we come in here and do product class, and we don't even need to do anything at this point. At this point, we are good. Category, same thing. Oh no, category has subcategories, and then the subcategories have products. So in the subcategories, I'm just going to do the same thing. But inside category, we're just going to do a subcategory class product. function subcategories. It's going to be in multiple, and then it's going to say return this has many. Then we'll just say subcategory class, and I don't think we need to do anything further than that. We'll just test these inside the routes later on. Then we have the customer, which is okay. I think the customer is fine. But the customer also has purchases. They have sales. No, customers have purchases. Yeah, that's pretty much it. In fact, this sale class, we might not even need it at this point, but we'll just keep it there just in case. Then we have the order. So this one has multiple customers. So function customers. Then we'll say return this has many customers. So customer class, and we finish there. We finish it there. Payment, same thing. Product, same thing. So products have brands, but it has one singular brand. So function brand, which will keep it like this, and then we'll say return this. So this product belongs to a brand. Like that. It's easier to talk in English and then actually code it out, and that's the beauty about using Laravel. It's like all these different things that were difficult in vanilla PHP, they've just been abstracted completely, and you're focused so much more on coding basic English into your project. And now I can be able to visualize like my ERD without even having to write it down. So that's essentially why I prefer using Laravel over things like Next, things like React, things like what other backend frameworks are there? I mean, Django is complicated just to set up. I mean, Python is good, but Django for a web framework you're asking for too much. You're asking for too much, honestly. Purchases, do that later. We'll deal with roles. Roles have users, so and then we'll come in here and say return this belongs to many. That's the many-to-many relationships situation. So belongs to many user class, and we could just use the name of the table for good measure. So role user. But given that we've named it in convention, it's going to be fine. Subcategory has products. It also has a category. It belongs to a category. So public function category, and we'll just return this belongs to the category, which is a class, and we don't really need to do anything else from that point. Now the users table, users have roles. We've already declared that. Yeah, I think generally we're good to go. So we close all this, save all this. Now we start coding the real stuff. Because now our models are done, our databases are done, our middlewares are done. So now we just need to start dealing with the routes, dealing with the UI and all that stuff. So back to our example, the example that we were using here, which was this one. We can definitely see that there's multiple sections that we could be using for the front side and also the admin panel. For the front side, which is the customer access, We're going to be using, this is the products page. This is the home page. Let's open the home page and we see what happens. So I have the home page, which essentially you see the products. We have like products on offer, then we have the top picks for today. Then, you know, we have like different flyers, and here, this is just homepage stuff. Then we have the categorizing of stuff on this part over here. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to use my common sense here. So there's the home page, right? We have the products page, the list of the products all together, right? Then we also have the products being categorized differently. So you can see the shop page, right? We can come in here and shop by category. When we click on healthcare, we'll click on healthcare, and let's see what happens in the URL over here. Okay, so we can see healthcare. Generally, we have a good overview over here. All right, we have product category healthcare, like that. So, and then you can see if we go to healthcare and then aches and pains, you can see conditions, healthcare, aches and pains. So this is shopping by condition, and then you can see the different pages that are coming up. So yeah, I think essentially we have an understanding of what these URLs are going to, and then we'll also look at the products page. When you click on this, we'll see that it directs it over here. The thing about this site is that you might find that it's built on like maybe something very. Well, look at that WordPress. Guys are trying to build these things in Next.js. Guys are building it in WordPress. Although there's a lot more that goes into it, like WooCommerce, for example, which is like essentially what we're building. But yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. And then you can see generally loading up a simple products page is quite slower than usual. I wouldn't really criticize it as much because it's a product that works and it works for many people. So, I mean, people move. People can move. All right, so let's begin and actually code the real stuff. We're going to start with our... Actually, I'm just going to come in here and let me close this. I'm just going to open this again, the e-commerce app. And I don't know why this bash is not working. I don't know why bash is not working. Yeah, I could see like php.bat command not found, and I want to find out why my PHP for HUD, for Laravel HUD is not working. Or we can try it like this now. Just close this, open a new terminal. Or close the whole app and then open the sites again. E-commerce app. One thing I'll do is enable SSL certificates. And then let's open it again. That's crazy. I don't understand why this is misbehaving like this. Anyway, we move regardless, because this one works, so we'll just use this terminal. I will just use this terminal. I mean, I don't mind. Okay, so what we need to do now is start crafting out our let me just open a JavaScript file over here. Just it's not going to be anything, but you can open a text file anyway. It will make a difference. All I'm just trying to do here is do my commands here. So I'll just do PHP artisan make Livewire, and then we're going to start with the front side, which is the customer section, right? And then we just do home. Okay, so we have front, home, we have the products, the products page. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's just it for the UI for now. And we're just going to be repeating the products page in various circumstances. Then we'll have the cart page, the product item, and then we'll have the checkout page, I think. So if we add something to the cart, if we click on proceed to checkout, yeah, so this is the checkout page. Right. And yeah, those are generally everything that we have here. Now, when we come to the customers pages, so customer, we have the customer login, of the customer register, we have the customer dashboard, we have the customer profile. What else do we have that we've not even looked at this point? Go to the accounts page. Okay, we'll go to account and then account settings. Yeah, we'll go to account settings right there. Yeah, you can see we have the dashboard. We have dashboard. We have orders, addresses. Is like maybe we save addresses separate from the main account details, so that like if somebody wants to send some items elsewhere and they're not actually there, and then again order something else and send those items to themselves where they are, you can save those multiple addresses and it makes things easier. Right? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Great. So let's see how we go about this. We also have points and rewards, which is something like totally separate. If like somebody makes a purchase or an order and something like that, and the purchase is successful, then points and rewards can be logged in for that particular purchase and stuff like that. Then there's also now an affiliate dashboard, which you can definitely make something out of in such a situation. Of course, yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, we have dashboard, orders, addresses, account details, points, rewards, logout. You can log out, yeah, and stuff like that. So login, register, dashboard, profile, orders. Right. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We could call it my orders or just call it orders, and I think that's pretty much it. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it inside here. Great. And then we can now have a look at what we have inside our resources, views, Livewire. Then you can see over here in front, we have our home, product, checkout, cart, register, profile, login, dashboard, all that good stuff. And now, in terms of layouts, we're also going to come in here and create a layout, a front.blade.php, which is not going to be similar to this. This is actually built inside Tailwind CSS. And then this is actually built, what we're going to build is going to be built on Bootstrap 5. So there's a difference in how we're going to handle this. And the difference also lies in how we're going to conduct, business in terms of how our Vite passes items inside here. So what we're going to do here is, I'm just going to come in here and put another input over here, which is resources, SAS, front.scss, just like that. And now, because I've put this here, I'm going to have to create it inside here. So inside resources, we're going to have to create SAS, and then inside our SAS folder, we're going to create front.scss, like so. This is our SCSS right there. We're also going to create our front.js, just in case we need any new JavaScript there. So we're just going to create front.js, like that. And then the next thing, I think inside Vite, I think we'll just need to also add that there. So I'm just going to come in here, copy this, paste it, and call front. That's how we usually go about this. That's how I normally go about this. Don't be afraid to like edit all those different things. Yeah. So then inside our admin section, right? So I'm just going to come in here and just do admin. So over here we have dashboard, right? Over here, admin users. So inside users, we have index, create, and edit, right? Then we'll move on forward from that point. We have the users, we're creating users. We can also probably create customers from our side. So customers, we can probably create, now I'm going to just look at our model so that we know what it is that we're doing. We have customers, right? So now we move to brands. Then we move to, after brands, we'll move to, so after brands, what do we move to? Categories. So we'll come to categories. Then over here, after categories, we move to subcategories. So sub C, like so. And then after subcategories, we move to the products. So we've done the brands, categories, subcategories. Now we move to the products. And then when we move to the products, after the products, we can now start dealing with, actually, we should have dealt with the roles initially. So I think I'm just going to come in here and just do roles. So roles, users, customers, brands, categories, subcategories, products. Fair, okay? And that's essentially the beginning logic. Like, that's essentially the beginning logic. Right, so I'm just going to copy all of this, paste it inside the terminal. And which one has not created? Because you have to have started with the dashboard. Yeah, so now when we go to our Livewire over here, we have admin, customer, and front. This is fine. And anything to do with front needs the middleware for customer. Anything that needs this customer needs the middleware for customer. Anything that has to do with front, you can just enter without even having to log in. Anything that has to do with the admin, you deal with it in the admin section. And then another thing I also need to set up before we even move on to start crafting these things to see how no, I'm not going to save this. And then the next thing that we need to craft so that we can be able to monitor all these different things is inside our routes. No, not inside our routes, but inside our Livewire at the top, all right, just under HTTP. We'll go to customer, go to dashboard, and then over here, we're just going to change the layout. The layout here will be layouts.front, okay? And then that will be the same for all the others that are in customer and also inside our front. So I'm just going to come in here and paste this, save, paste it and save, paste it and save. Then we go to front. In front, the cart, I might need to do something different. So paste and save. Oh no, the cart actually. I'll just keep it like that. Paste and save. Paste and save. Product item, paste and save. And then products, paste and save. Such that like in all of these, we're going to be using the same, like maybe say the navigation bar at the top, and the same like maybe even this top part over here where the newsletter is. And then now inside here, we're going to put in like a container with the navigation bar at the edge over here for the customer. But then now when we come into like this part over here, where we have good life and all that stuff, in the home section, we can have our own defined stuff. Inside our products page, we can have like now all our products over here. Then if we have to like filter by category, we open the same page, but then we filter it out based off of whatever it is that we've clicked over here, instead of actually designating a different page for all these different things. So that's going to minimize also the number of requests that need to be made. I think that we will succeed there. So I'm just going to come in here, close all this. I'm saving that. And now we begin. I think we're good to start, because now if we go ahead and deal with our register, if I come in here and just do eCommerce app.test, we'll open our application right here. But now, because I want to change my routes, right, so I'm just going to get rid of this. This one needs authentication, so I'm not going to deal with that one. So what I'm going to do here is route, and then we'll just get just group them first, group, and then a function. In any case that we need to put middlewares, we will put, but then now we'll just come in here and just do route, and then this is for home, and in getting home, we'll just do the front home class like so, where this one will just be a name home. And now to import to import this, actually, I just need to do it backslash. To import this, we'll use app Livewire and then we'll do front. We'll do front, we'll do customer, and then we'll do admin. That's it. So we'll close that. So then we'll come in here and do products. Front products, just like that. And then the name should be products. And then I'm not sure about the next. But it seems as though, I mean, it seems as though we might not even need the group at this point. Just leave it like this. And then when we refresh, we can see our home page loads up like so. So now what we're going to be doing for our home page is for front layouts. In fact, I think also in terms of registration, if we register our, our Kawaida user, this is going to go straight to the registration of, our our admins, the users and all the likes, right? But if we do our customer register, this is where it should actually be going to register a new customer. So I think this is where we'll need to use the group functions. So it's like that. When we group this like that, like when we open up a group, we'll need to come in here and just do a prefix first. And then group them. So our prefix here will be customer. And then our route, the name, will also be customer. And then we'll put a dot there. And then when we start opening up the groups, we have login and register. So login, the login route, which is the get route. And what are we getting? So we'll just use customer login class right there. Then the name here will just be login. Right. Then we also have register. So I'm just going to come in here and just login replace with register and maintain case. So like so. And that's how we go about that. Then we'll come in here and do a route group again. And then we'll just do middleware. And this middleware will be auth client. Okay. So it's not auth client, but auth customer. Where the auth guard for customers is the one that is in session. So we'll just do group function like so. And then now we pass in the other get routes. So the other get routes include, the dashboard. So it's good to just come in here and just write customer dashboard. So then we'll come in here, customer dashboard. And then the name here is dashboard. Something similar. So if we come in here and just do customer dashboard, let's see what happens. So it's directing us to the login, but this login is for the authenticated user. We've not looked at the authenticated customer. So if let's do it like this. I don't think I've registered the what's this, the middleware yet. As much as I've already put them inside here, these are the middleware, but I've not registered them. To register them, I think I need to put them inside, I think it's inside providers. Either inside providers or inside Bootstrap app. Yeah, Bootstrap app with middleware. And then over here, we'll come in here and just pass in the middleware. And then we'll call alias. And the alias I called in that previous application, I think was inside Bootstrap app, and I could see auth.client, authenticate client class. So auth.client, then it passes in the so there are multiple aliases, right? So auth client, and this shouldn't be auth client, but auth customer is customer, which is coming in from the middleware class. That's it. That's actually it. So if I look at it over here, there's also for permission, where we check the permission class. So I'm just going to come in here and keep this here. And then there's a guest client. Right. So now I've understood what we need to do here, because redirect if authenticated. Authenticated. Instead of authenticated, it's authenticated. My goodness. We need to redo that one. So I need to do the make middleware. So PHP artisan make middleware. Redirect if authenticated. I've typed it properly this time. Customer. Redirect if authenticated customer. That's how I wanted it to be. So I'll just come in here and copy this again, the whole thing. X that. Paste it here. Import this from the facades, and then delete this. I think we're good. Now I think I just bring this here. Okay, I think also to some degree I also don't like the way I wrote that middleware, so I just need to do authenticate customer. So then when we come in here to the customer tab, I just delete that one. Then we come in here and authenticate customer. Why did I do that? Okay, cut this one, and then now we can delete this. Then paste it here. Then import the facades. Then you can see customer login is fine. Save this as well, save this as well. And then we can see, now we can authenticate customer, like here. There we go. Then this one we delete. Okay, so we have all these ready. We have our middleware declared. We have all this done. So what happens if we go back here? So if we go to customer login. So if we go to customer dashboard. what happens? It takes us to customer login. Now, in light of this as well, I would have wanted that, given that we've also grouped this like this, I think I'll just do it like that. And then over here is guest customer. So there's no way you can go to register or log in if you are already logged in as a customer. So that's why we've put it like this. Those are the two routes that I want to put. Now, aside from dashboard, we'll just come into, say, my account or profile. I'll just do customer profile like this, and then profile, the name profile. So we have prefix and name, we're good. So that is enough. And in order for us to also check if our routes are okay, so PHP artisan route list. I think I'll have to save this first. Okay, so we have our customer dashboard, login, profile, register. And then we have the names over here, customer.dashboard, customer.login, customer.profile, customer.register. And then we have our dashboard. This is the main dashboard of the system, which is coming in from admin. But what I'd want to do here is, I'll just do name, admin dot, and then we group it then. And then even prefix, I'll just do admin and save it there. And then now there's a few things I probably need to change also. I think, I think there's some few things I need to also find and change. Like for example, inside my Livewire or inside my Jetstream actually, I would definitely want profile photos to be a thing. Then permissions is okay. Queuing is okay. Sanctum might not be. Oh, Sanctum is. Then the only thing I need to change is inside Fortify disabling registration, which is over here, so that no admin is able to register. So customers can register, admins can't, which is a nice feature. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's pretty much it. And I'll save it like that, save the Fortify, and then now PHP artisan vendor publish. And then it gives us options. The option I want here is the Livewire config, which is number 25. And yeah, I think we're good to go with that one. So when you go back to our config, we'll find our Livewire over here, and there's some things I also want to disable over here. Pagination theme, let it remain like that until we change our assets. Legacy model binding, true. That's something I'll need to change definitely. Render and redirect. Ah, yeah, true. Of course. Then over here, layout should be layouts app. And that's it. So we look at how our system is working right now. So we have this as our home page, which is not actually working at the moment. Now what we do, we'll start our Bootstrap starter kit. So we'll just go to Bootstrap 5, of course. Normally I'd want to use npm and bring everything into the system, but what I'd like to do here is initially we'll just go to our front, resources, views, layouts, front. We'll start by crafting out our stuff over there. We'll copy our CSS, and then we'll copy our JS at the body at the end. Normally I'd like to delete this part, then delete this part as well. And we're good. We're doing great. We're doing great. We're doing great. So even if we do this e-commerce app, needs to be e-commerce like that. Now, in order for us to know if Bootstrap is installed, let's just do the normal hello world situation. Now, when we come in here and do refresh here, yes, this is Bootstrap, because if I come in here and disable this, you'll be able to see our font. Our font is like this. So yeah, Bootstrap is enabled now. Another thing I want to also pass in here is our Vite. So with Vite, I'll pass in resources, SAS, app.css, front.scss. I'll pass it in like that. But then now the thing about Vite is I can't do anything with Vite if I have not npm installed SAS. I need to install SAS first. Okay, so looks like SAS is installed. Now when we do npm run dev, we'll be able to see a few things. So check this out. So now once we come in here and save this, nothing happens. But now, because we've already put in our Vite here, now we need to put our Livewire styles. Livewire styles right there. Then we come in here after this, we put in our Livewire scripts. And of course, we'll definitely have to stack our scripts here. So we'll stack scripts, then stack styles over there. I don't know if it's stack CSS or stack styles. I think I'll just do stack styles. And that's how we go about that. So I'm just going to come in here and refresh to see if things are running the way we want it to run. Okay, so now I'm just going to put this to the side. I think hot reload is a thing. Okay. So if hot reload is a thing, then if I change this, yeah, hot reload is a thing. So yeah, so now once we have this there, so I think we'll just do a navigation for Bootstrap 5. And just do a nav complete. No, not like that. Nav. Nav tabs. I don't know which one we will definitely use. Maybe this one. We'll expand. Small navbar is light. Navbar brand. You know, all the good stuff. All the good stuff. Collapsible, toggle. Okay, the way we're there. So you can see we have our drop down links over here. Now the thing about it is, if we want to, let's format this nicely. 336699. Don't know if that does anything. Just do background color like this. Don't know if that does anything. All right, so now I think that's good. And then we'll just do text white. Or rather, we'll do color white. So now let's put this in full screen. Let's be switching between these two. Now, inside this navigation, we have multiple things, and I want to remove these and put them in a container fluid. So that once I save this, they move a bit like this. And if I do them in a container, instead of container fluid, it makes it a lot better. Moves them a lot more, edges them a lot more closer like this. I'll just do navbar dark so that we can be able to do that. And then if we remove this background, doesn't do much for us. But let's work with it like this. And then, yeah, I think so far so good. If we wanted to do something like the products area, the product section like this. I can already see, like on this side, we have our column taking up maybe say a third or a fourth. And then this is 3/4 again. This is the remaining 3/4. So if I was to divide this, like this is inside a container, I'll put this like inside a container, right? And then I would say, let me just go back to this again. Not the booking engine, but this. In fact, I wouldn't do so much really, because in light of this, you can definitely see that this one is using container fluid. We're putting these items over here. I don't want to copy this exact particular show over here, but if we were to have like one navigation bar over here that is like a smaller one for the infomercials, and then now the next one is for navigation, that would work. But if we can use this and say, okay, yeah, this is e-commerce. First of all, e-commerce app. And then we will have like, you know, this is our menu generally. If we have this as a button that toggles downwards, right? Like so. And then we have our other links, okay? We have our other links. We have our, and then this one will just come in here and do route home. And then we have other links over here. So we have this is our home link, which will copy this as well. Then this class for the visually hidden, just keep it like this. And then you can see navlink active. So if this item is active, then it will show that it's actually white-ish, I guess. So if I come in here and say if I do an if, so at if, and then request is, or rather request route, let's say route is, then we say home, then we put active. So now if we save that, you can see it's still hovering in like that. So now if we come in here and just look at our items over here, I'm just going to come in here and log them off, and then our home items, all of them are home. Now, if we come here and just do products, and then we'll say route products, and then our page here is products, then guess what we have? Our products page. If we click on this, all the rest are going back. The next thing I think we will need to do here is maybe make sure that this is like a drop down sort of, right? So if we have our A tag over here, then we'll start our drop down situation over here. So our drop down menu would come here, and then we'll have each and every one of our categories down here, and then we'll deal with the logic later. So we'll come in here, and if we log in, like click on this, what happens here, if inside our nav item here should be drop down. So we'll save that, and then we'll have drop down toggle over here, which is should be inside here. Right, it's not. You can see definitely it's clickable. This drop down toggle. Has pop-up true or expanded false. So I think I'll just paste this inside here as well. Yeah, so pretty much that's it. That's essentially how we're going to deal with the UI in its generality. But in a case I don't want to do that, and I just want to click on the products and then filter as we click on them, then I'm just going to get rid of this then. And yeah, keep it like this. Actually, even get rid of the drop down toggle and the drop down class right there. So we have home, we have products, right? So and then another thing that's a beauty about Livewire is that if I come in here and said Livewire front, I come to home, all I just need to do here is I put a H1, say that this is home. Then we'll come to the products. We'll come and deal with them like this, H1. This is products page, product item, H1, product item, and then we have the checkout page, and then we have the cart. So H1, we have the cart. So all these, I mean, if I have those ready, that's how they work. But the only thing that we need to do here inside our front area is, after the navigation bar, I'm just going to come in here and just do dot my-5, and then I'll also do container. And I'll probably even save it as main, just to use semantic HTML. And then I'll come in here and just do slot. When I do that, you can see home is there, right? If I click on products, products is there. If I come and create also cart, so cart like that, and then cart. So we have to have our cart table there. Oh, cart is not defined as a route, so web. So we'll just go to the web routes and define our cart inside here, right? Guest customer. No, inside here without having to need any, requirements. So like, okay, we have products, we have cart. Then we also have others, right? We have the checkout page. And then we also have so we have the cart, the checkout, the home, the product item. So we have the product item. And then what I want to do here is I want to pass in the name, or rather the ID even, of the product item. And then we'll come in here and say font product item. And then product item. The hyphen like that. Okay, so we have our cart, we have our products, we have our home, which is fine. And in fact, what I would even strongly do here, instead of doing ME auto, I'll just do MX auto to center them, right? MT2 is fine, MTLG0 is fine. And I think even the search bar is okay. I think the search bar is fine. So the search bar, when I click on the search, the items should pop up like underneath the search in a card format. But I'll find a way to do that as well. And instead of doing a form, I think I'll just do a div. Instead of doing a form, I'll just do a div and just keep it like that. And on this search button, I don't want outline success. I just want a button success or a button secondary. Secondary is enough. And you can see MY2, MYSM0. I think that's okay. So for now, I think we're good in terms of starting this e-commerce project and actually building the products pages, the products themselves, looking at the components, and things like that. And if you now see, we have our system ready. So if I come in here and just do admin dashboard, we go to login, right? But now if we come into the customer dashboard, you can see target class guest customer does not exist. And this is on a basis of now using the middleware. So the target class guest customer does not exist. So this is on a basis of using the middleware that is inside here. So if authenticated guard customer check, right? Target class guest customer does not exist. Unless I haven't saved what I've declared over here in the, customer, should be that. Yeah. So that's the login page, and then there's also a register page. But if the customer had logged in, then we would be able to deal with it there. So I can see it's 1 a.m. I think I'll take a break for a second, and then we come back to this strong. And we see how we go about this. So let's take a break shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're back. We're back. All right. How do we go about this now? Okay. I want to focus on the products page generally. Homepage can be literally anything. I just want to focus on the products page. So inside the products page, I'm just going to open this. I've already set my claim here. Okay, so inside the products page, what am I going to do? So we'll start with we'll go to Livewire, front, and then we'll go to products. Just going to remove this first. We're going to be dealing with cards at this point here. So I'm just going to come into the Bootstrap examples table, examples page. Let's see what we have, right? We have our checkout. Well, we already have a few things here. We have our checkout form over here. We have our, well, this is just a pricing tab. We have, do we have anything else that we could probably use? We'll just use this one for the checkout form. So, given that we are given this view page source, and just do a Control-C, Control-V inside our this form validation CSS. It just requires this. Actually, let me increase some volume. Kitoko. I don't know if this is enough for the music volume. Great. Okay, so we'll move on forward. I've already copied all this, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll actually use all of this. Let me see what I can do. So this is just one example. There are multiple other examples that I could have probably used. This is the sign-in form. Yeah, even this sign-in form, I could use this, right? I could actually use this sign-in form. So I come in here and maybe come in here inside layouts, and then we'll come in here and use, instead of using guest, this guest is usually what we use for the login and registration for the, the admin. So I can come in here and just use guest underscore customer, no, guest hyphen customer dot blade dot php. We can come in here and paste everything, and then I'll take the form itself. Oh no, this is the checkout. You come in here and view page source, copy everything here, paste it here, and then this signin.css, I don't know what this one is for really, because now what I can just do here is I can go to my Livewire front or even customer, and then go to login, and then I can come in at layout guest hyphen customer and leave it like that. And even register, I'd use the same. So now if I do that, I come in and try and go to the customer's profile, customer dashboard. This is the login. Now inside guest customer over here, I'll need to bring in what I put inside my front in terms of the Bootstrap CDN. So I'll come in here and just replace it here. Comment this out. Let's see what happens next. Then we have our CSS over here, signin.css, of which I generally will just come in here and just do style. And then whatever it was that was inside here in this signin.css, I will, this is bootstrap.mean, signin.css. I'll just come in here and copy all this and paste it inside this style sheet, or this style section over here, and save that. And after saving that, I'm definitely going to have it ready. Where is it? Here. So that's set. That's set. It's almost the same as, you know, this. So you can see that the differences are minuscule. This one here and this one here. I think the only differences is the JavaScript actually, because I need the core JavaScript to be able to have the input group ready for us. So I'm just going to come in here and copy it and paste it where it needs to be. And that should be down here. So I'll come in here. So the difference, I wonder why it's now misbehaving. CDN is okay. Our favicon.ico is all right. So I wonder which one in particular is really giving the headache. I think it's okay. We can just keep it like that. Then also on top of this, like given that we also need our Livewire styles and all that stuff, just underneath our style, we'll come in here and just do Livewire styles. And then down here, we can do our Livewire scripts. Like so. And we're good. I think we're good at that point. And don't know if it's going to use our stuff. But now if I come in here and save this, will it refresh? The difference here is that I think this one and this one, we had our labels inside. And then this one, if we start typing, it disappears. So why is this one at the top even? I don't understand. Okay, so I think I get why our stylings are different here. The labels don't need to be here. Labels for this one also doesn't need to be here. And they are out of focus. And then the checkbox and B3. Now, so this is the remember me. This is button large, button primary, button block. I don't think it needs to be button block. And we're good. So I think I'll just leave it like this, almost similar to this one. Yeah, almost similar. Yeah, I think we're good to go. And also that link. Okay, I think we're good to go now. Now, is it that now our Livewire styles are also detected? It's not. And then it's still telling us that JavaScript frameworks that are detected is React. Yet there's no hint of React whatsoever over here. And then again, I think also from this example, we got this example from Bootstrap version 4 instead of version 5. So, yikes. Let's go to examples for Bootstrap version. Yeah, this is the sign-in we were looking for. This one here. So now if I come in here, inspect, no, not inspect, but to view page source, which is Control U. So Control U, come in here, copy it, this, paste it inside here, inside our guest customer.blade. And now replace a few things like some of these things are still going to remain here, I think. But the CDN is what we need to be using. So I don't know why we're still using this. CDN is what we need to be using. So I'll just come and copy the CDN from where I copied last. And then the script, the script CDN, which is here. And then we paste it here. Now, I think we're good at this point. The only thing is, some of the stuff that is over here, these are icons mostly. But this one over here, I think is fine. I'll just block this first. Let's see what happens next. There's a few things that's not working. Not even a few, just quite a number of things are not working, but I think it's fine. will that work? Well, it's not as simple as copying, but we'll just get some stuff to work with. The end. Maybe we can even just go to maybe some online sources instead of using the Bootstrap examples. Anyway, it's the problems of doing things like this live on stream without having prepared anything, like in terms of, you know, the UI and all that stuff. The logic is there, it works. But now, what about the UI? The UI, the main thing that people want to see. What about the UI? But it's all good. I think I'll just delete this. Ooh, what I could actually do is I could also do this. Paste the CDN for Bootstrap. Place the CDN for Bootstrap JS over here. Then let's work it out. We'll come in here and do a style, and then we'll say body. %. Then we'll come in here and just do something like maybe say row, column 6 for each. Then over here, the first one will just do D none DMD block BG dark, something like this, so that once I like if I do customer/login, yeah, I do customer login. Okay, so we have our dark one over here, and then this column H100 maybe. Or H100 here as well. Okay, I think that's it. So maybe we don't need this. No, we do. BG dark text white, like that. Okay. So welcome to eCommerce, something like that, and then we'll just come in here and just do a class of auto. Or text center. right? We'll do text center and then M auto over here. So my auto, something like this. Yeah, so there we are with that. But now this my auto, I only want it to apply to the text itself. So there we go. But it's not going. It's not going. Align middle. It's not doing it. Items center. And this is the height 100. Align middle. It won't do it. Align items center. It's not gonna do it. Okay, well, it's done it there. Okay, I mean, maybe now my auto works. It works only for that part over here. Maybe if we did a BG doc for this particular column alone. Crazy. Anyway, so we can just move on forward. Okay, we have that centered there. Then now we can start by doing our card over here. So I don't have an image that we could use, but we can just do a .my5, and then we can do our card and card body. And within our card body over here, we can start by doing our form stuff. So input, so we can do inputs. And the input here will be email. The text is email. Email, and you know, this small help text, I don't want to use it. Then we'll do one for the password as well. So I'll just do that. Password. 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 Yeah. So we have a card inside here. Inside this section over here, I think it would have been easier to do a container, and then my5 right there. That, or we'll do an M5 instead. Then inside this M5, I'll put it inside a container. It more or less works, but I would wish that the styling would be a bit different. So btn.btn.btn primary, and then login. It works to some degree. I'll do MX5 here. Center this a little bit more. Instead of M5, maybe we'll just do P5 maybe. Yeah. It's more or less like it. I don't know. I think this whole situation changes quite a bit, but I mean the login page is a login page. If it comes to terms of UI, I could deal with this like this. And then when it comes to also now, let's say for example, if I want to take this is inside a container. So this card is what I'm taking. So I'll just come in here and just do slots, save that, and then I'll go into come to customer login and then paste it here. Now before I go anywhere, if I refresh this, it disappears. If I come in here and save this, come in and refresh, it appears again. So it works. Then if I come in here and just do it inside our register page, so I'll come in just maybe even add name over here. So I'll come and do name, input type text, and then name. Yeah, I think that will work. Now if I come in here and just do customer register, there we go. So our customer register is there, and yeah, I think this works evenly. So in terms of styling, we'll figure it out as we move forward. I've seen CoderNerd, you make it look easy. Well, it is supposed to be easy. I don't believe in development being hard, generally. I don't believe in it being hard. It should not be hard. Like if you find it difficult when just setting up alone, if setting up alone is so hard that you can't really move forward with whatever it is that you're developing with, it's not worth it. Just generally, it is not worth it. Okay, now we're moving. Now we're moving quite well. In terms of products, I think I would have actually even just done it like this. Like if I get rid of this, get rid of that. And then I want to come in here and do, maybe say something like, what? I think PHP works here. Yeah. Yeah, PHP doesn't work in Bash, and I'm wondering why. Terminal. Configure terminal settings. Or choose default terminal. Wow. This is what's really confusing me. Like, why is it that my git bash is not like doing anything when it comes to... Okay, let me just select PowerShell as my default. So once I open this, PHP Artisan. So what did I need to do at this point? I needed to create a component. And this component is going to be PHP Artisan make component. And I'm going to call this product list component. Or product list item. Let's call it product list item for now. Then if I go to components, you will be able to find it here, product list item. And now inside this product list item, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to create a card. All right, so I'm just going to do, actually let's make it a bit easier. Now that he said that I make it look easy, let's make it a bit easier, right? ChatGPT, ladies and gentlemen. So yo, mad. Paste this here. Now, let's look at how we can implement. To implement, we just go ahead and go to resources, views, then we go to the Livewire, front, products, and then X product hyphen list item. And we do it as however many times as we want. Once we do that, you can see, and see we're actually doing things. So now, if I come in here and just do a dot flex row, right? And then I come in here and just do a for loop. So our at for, assuming that we have an I which stands for 0. And we're doing it for like about maybe say 15 products, and I++ flex column dot so flex column with a margin of 3, right? Wait, hold on. Okay, let's see. Why is this flex call not working? Flex call? What? Wait, my semantics is not working. Div? It's not working. I is equal to 0, I is less than 15, I plus plus. Okay, what's going on? What's actually happening here? That's actually crazy, but anyway. So I'll just put one of these, save. How about we do row, then we do column MD. These are 15 items. I want to plot them 4 at per page, I think, or per row. Oh, if it's 4 per row, then it should be like this. Then we come in here. You can see column MD4 is already been plotted over here. So this will bring a problem. So I just want the card. Actually, in fact, we could even leave this like this. Let them work itself out like that. And the placeholder is not working. So I need to find another different placeholder, maybe 150 x 150. Maybe that one will work. Nope. Maybe 600 by 400, this will be fine. Simple. Great. Okay. So we have them. We have them done. We have them done. We have them done. We have them done. So this is 600 by 400. So even if we did like width 600, then if we did width 300, we wouldn't even go smaller. PX is not going smaller. But you can see card image top. As long as there's an image of there's an image there, it will work. Okay, and then let's say card body deflex flex column. So we have the product name, and then the product descriptions are all there, and then we have the price, and then we, add to cart and all that stuff, all that good stuff. So then when we click on add to cart, it has to add that item into the cart. And for us to actually test this, now we'll click on maybe say one of these, and then it takes us to, it takes us to the page itself for the product. If I did A here and use this as a hyperlink reference, it will be a problem. If I used A over here at the very top, maybe. Yeah, I think at the very top, A dot or A, and then the href right there, and then we save it like this. Or we put the A inside here. Still big okay, not a big problem per se, but if we did a class of nav link, then it will save it like a navigation link. And then if I click on it, as you can see, that's what works. So now we click on this and then we go to the product items page. So route, and then we click on this and then we go to the product item page. Or alternatively, we could not have to enable it here. We enable it inside here instead. So we'll just do an A tag. A.nav link. I don't want this. Now this for loop is really giving me a headache. Let's paste this here. Then we come in here and just do a.nav item. And then inside the nav item, product list. All right, now this is the thing. We'll just come in here and do a props for products. So I'll do props for a product. And then inside here, we'll come and pass it in here as a value. So we'll come and do add props. And the props that we're passing in here is a product. Over here, and take the product name. Then here we have the product description. And then we have the product the sale price. And we'll put it inside a number format. Product sale price, and we'll put it on 2 decimal places. And this button adds it to the cart. Fair enough. Now we're gonna have a problem here, some errors. But this is resolvable because essentially it shouldn't really exist if we don't have any products in the database. So let's start seeding some data. I'm just going to come in here inside my database migrations, and we're going to seed data for each and every single particular person that we're dealing with. So you're just coming here inside our, we'll just create a new file over here, PA make seeder. Then we'll come and say users seeder. We'll come and do the roles, no, not roles, customize seeder. We won't even do user seeder actually, because this is an admin's table situation. Actually, no, we'll do one user. Then, given that there's no registration, we also have to create a default user. So I will create it inside the seeders. We'll come and do the customer seeder, the brands, the categories, the subcategory seeder. So categories and the subcategories will go hand in hand. So I think I'll create them in one seeder. Then we'll do the products. and then we'll do the purchases. Sales, no, we won't do sales actually. We wouldn't do this either. We just need products. Up till products, I think we'll be good to go. Don't want to save this. I'll copy this and then paste it inside our terminal. Oh, the command PA doesn't make sense to our PowerShell. It makes only sense to our, it only makes sense to our bash. Great, so I'll copy this, paste it inside our terminal. And now we can start creating our users. So our default user over here, I think I'll create a default user over here. So DB table, then we'll come in here and do users. And then once we insert, then the name will be, maybe say my name, Steve Nyanumba. Then we'll do the email. Email will be, say, reach@stevenyanumba.com. Then the password. And this is where we hash the password. So we'll just come in there, do here hash make, and then we open the brackets. I'll pass in my string over here of the password, which is 1 till 0. Close it, and then that's it. That's pretty much it. I don't really need to make anything else. And then I need to import the DB from the facades. There we go. And I think that's it. That's actually it. So once that is done, inside my role user table, this is where I will attach. So I'll just come in here and say DB table role user, and then I will come and do an insert with the role ID being 1 and the user ID being 1, and then we save that. So the reason why it's 1 and 1 over here is because the first user I create over here is this one, and the first role I create is this one. So I want to attach the super admin role into this user's role, and that's how I start by creating the stuff. Then, of course, I'll have to migrate fresh. But then once I create the seeders, now it becomes something else. So now I'll create the brands. So I'll come in here, I'll copy this, go to my ChatGPT, paste it here, create a seeder for this. Keep on hitting the O by mistake. It's all good. Yeah, so I think we can actually do a sportswear model actually with this. So I come in here, brand seeder, paste this inside here, and then import the class, and we finish it there. Now let's go ahead and go to categories. So we'll come and copy the categories and the subcategories. And then I'll paste them here. So this is the categories and the subcategories. Create for me a function these two seeders working simultaneously. Yeah, Then, so we have the categories, and then we have the subcategories, which also follows on with the electronics. Yeah, so that works. So I'll just come and copy also this. So for them to work simultaneously, we'll just put them inside here. We'll put the first one. Of course, we have to import this. So it creates them, and then you have to get them from the database again. You get them from the database like so, by plugging the name and the ID. And then, now based off of the associativeness, to get the ID, you pass in the name instead of passing in the ID itself. And yeah, I think this makes things so much easier. Let's change lights now. Let's go for yeah, let's just keep it like this for now, because there's no charge on it. Okay, so the seeders for the categories is done. The customer seeder now is going to be coming in from the customers table, which is here. Now you can see. Then we'll just go to the customer seeder, paste it here. The hash function needs to be brought in, and the DB function also needs to be brought in. That's fine. And what this is without model events, I don't know. I don't think I need it. I've not called it at any one point. Then there's a product seeder. So products will be here. So now I'll come in here and say seeder based on the category, the subcategories and of the brands created. And we just wait. I don't like to waste time on seeders, so I feel like I might probably be making it easy, but yo, it's just AI. It's nothing super complicated about this. Nothing complicated whatsoever. Okay, so here it is, and just copy it all the way till the end. Now let's see what happens here. Oops, wrong. Wait. Hey, I almost made a mistake there. And I think we're good. At this point, we're good. Now let's try doing this again. So PHP artisan migrate fresh seed. Let's see what happens. Oh, no, I've not done it all. I've not done anything at all because I need to run this inside here. I'll say this call. Okay, of course I want to do the brands first. Then I'll do the categories. Then I'll do the customers. Then I'll do the products. Now we do it afresh. Let's see what happens. Boom. Okay, I think now we're good to go. So now if I come in here, because we're in the products table right now, we're in the products page right now, I'll close this and I'll close all of this. Will I save this? No, I won't save this. Don't save. Okay, close all of this now. And now if I come into my app Livewire and then I go to front products, I can now pass in my products the way I wanted to pass them initially. I'll come in here and say products is products, and maybe I want to paginate them, so I'll just come in here and do paginate, maybe say 10, right, or paginate 5. And once I hit paginate 5, this is the instant where I need to come in and use with pagination. And then without pagination URL. And that's it. Yeah, and I think that's okay. And then I'll come in here and say protected pagination thing. The protected pagination theme in this situation will be Bootstrap. And I'll come in here and close this and save it like that. Once I come in here into the products, this is where I paste them here. And then outside of the row is where I put the products links. So over here, instead of pasting product like this, I'll just do for each. Right, and then I'll come in here, pass in products as product. Then I'll paste this here is equal to, and then I'll pass in the product as a prop. And then I'll come in here and just do products links. And it's as simple as that. So now, when I open up my UI over here, it says, let me attribute back, extract prop names argument. Oh yes, must be of types array, string given. Yeah, so big problem there. This one needs to be an array. Yeah, there we go. So here are my products. I've not created many products. Actually, I've not made many products. So I think I'll need to ask this thing to do for us. Do 50 products. Oh no, 50 is too much. Do 20 products. Let's see what happens. Excellent. The perfect seeder. Okay. So I'll probably walk through this seeder for what it is that has been generated. When we come here, let's actually just paste everything and then we'll see what happens next. So, we didn't paste nicely. Paste nicely. We still haven't pasted nicely. Okay, so what's happening here is, in this function over here, we have the sample products, which are 20 of them. And and then we have the products, which is an empty array. So now we're coming in and saying for each sample products as product name, we'll come and paste it inside the products as a subcategory ID, which is supposed to be gotten from the basis of all our subcategories that are inside the DB already, the brand based off of the array that is already there as well. Then the name, we'll tick the name. And then the description, we're coming to generate a description, also generating a random price and a random price over here. And then, and then now we'll come in here. Of course, the created data and updated data are fine. Now, when we come to these functions over here, it's a private function, generate description. It's going to pass in the product name that is already been declared over here. And then it's just going to say the product name is designed to deliver exceptional performance and quality, making it a perfect choice for your needs. And then we have the random price, which now just rounds off the minimum and a maximum divided by 100. And it's just interesting how, different those are. So it generates all that, pastes it over here, and I think we're good to go. At that particular point, I think we're good to go. So I'll come in here and run this function again, migrate fresh seed, and it definitely will create for us those products. So now if we come in here and refresh this, we have our pagination right there. Now I wanted to do this without scrolling to the top. I want to do this without scrolling to the top. So I'm going to go to Livewire's pagination documentation. Scroll to top. So there's this disabling URL query tracking, query string tracking, which it applies this page to at the very top. So that's what I've done already. Then customizing scroll behavior, there's this part over here. Scroll to is false. That's what I want to do. So, so if I come into my products blade over here, I'll paste this here, and that's what's gonna work. So I'll save that, and let's see what happens. It says cannot access offset of type array on array. So interesting situation. Oh, so if I click on this, now it's when it does that stuff. Now, if I come in here and also put this at the top of the row, it works as well. So there it is. So that's our products page, and that's how it works. So now what happens if I click on add to cart? Of course, there's nothing that's going to happen because we've not enabled any functions on this. But this is the price that is there. Pricing should be also maybe given currency. So I'll just come in here and put a small KS, like that. Yeah, I think this works like that. Okay, so now add to cart is the newest thing that I needed to do. But now, before we even do add to cart, I want the cart to appear somewhere at the top over here. Or because we have this here, I think we could put a cart over here as well. So I don't know. I think instead of we'll just go to resources, views, we'll go to Livewire, we'll go to no, not Livewire, but layouts. Then we'll go to front. Then instead of having this here like this, I'll just do an icon. And because Bootstrap, the Bootstrap icons are active, maybe say, let's try pencil first. Yeah, it's not active, so we need Bootstrap icons. So we just go to icons, then we'll get the CDN somewhere here. I don't know why it's taking time to load. So I'll just copy this here, paste it inside here. Then, like I said, normally we'd get rid of these. So if I save and reload this page, the icon there for the pencil is there. So now we can use the cart. Yeah, we can use the cart instead. Let's try do BILG. Don't think that works. Yeah, those ones don't work like font also. But this works either way. Then what I'm going to do, number on top of icon, Bootstrap. Yeah, badge. To call badges. Right. Positioning this badge. Yikes, that's a long one. Let's try and do it like that. btn secondary. I don't even do nav link at this point, but this maybe needs to pop up underneath. Let's see. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Okay, it's popping up at the top over here. It's not popping up anywhere else. How about position? Remove position, put it here. Then remove position absolute. Let's see what happens. Translate middle, badge, round pill, BG danger. Top 0, start 100. Let's see, start 100. What does that mean? Okay, let's just leave it as is. And let's leave it as is. Actually, this is okay. This is quite fine. We can work around with this. Okay. So now when I click on add to cart, I need it to go to the session. Right? I need it to go to the session. And then also again, these need to be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'll paginate 6 of these. So to paginate 6, to paginate 6 per page, instead of 5, I need to go to app, Livewire, front, products, and then we'll come in here and do 6. Yeah. So 3, that's 18, so 2 remaining, yeah, that makes sense. Great. So I think that's it. That's good enough at that point. Now to add into the cart session. Yeah, let's actually just tap that. So yeah, this add to cart functionality, the product ID, product name, product price. So let's say the product ID alone. Then we'll come in here, session, get, cart, and stuff like that. And then this session put. This is what I was looking for, this session put. And I don't want the flash. I want to use I want to use this thing called Sweet Alert. And I want a CDN. So here it is. So just copy the script tag, and then I'll go to my to the front. So resources, views, layouts, front, and I'll paste the script tag down here. And then I'll open up another script tag, SCR, and then I'll come in and say const toast is equal to swal.mixin. Then we'll come in and say toast true, something like that. Just put toast true, and that's it. And then Or I could actually copy it from my previous applications. Like let's say for example my inventory application, which I did on this channel just the other day. Come in here and copy it from here. Yeah. Actually just copy the entire script tag. Paste it here. And then because it's using Livewire and all that stuff, all that good stuff, that's okay. So now we're in the product section where we are adding to cart. And the button is supposed to add to cart. So let's just go down here to a product list item. This button over here is supposed to add to cart. Just replace it as a button. And then it's not href. This one is, it's not even wire click. Should it be wire click? Yeah, it should be wire click, and then we'll just do add to cart. And what we're adding to the cart will be the product ID. I think that'll be that's okay the way it is right now. But then now you see this is a component. It's not and then it's a component that is within this part over here. So if I come in here and just do add to cart, this is what we do. We just pass in the ID, the product ID. We just pass it in like that. And then this dispatch. The event will be called done, and then we'll just come in here and just do success, with the message being test successful. So if I click and it works, then that whole system works. If it doesn't, then well, it's all good. So let's see how it works. Oh yeah, and I need to close it up. So if I click on this, let's look at the network. What's the payload saying? What's the preview? The headers, where is it going? Yeah, there's nothing happening there. If I do it without passing in anything, yeah, parameter required product ID. So it's going to the actual function, so which is good. And that toasting should come as a something. So it's going to that function, which is fine. I think now this we know that this is working. Maybe I needed to bring it in like this. Yeah, you can see that test successful. Product 2 test successful. Test successful. So they all work. Okay, so now given that the test is successful over here, we can just call it added this product to the cart, right? So I'll just say added. Now we'll come in here and just say the product name, right? So this will be the product will be equal to product, which comes from the models find ID, so which is the product ID. Then added, I'll say added, then we'll come and say product name to cart. Wireless mouse, gaming keyboard, smartphone stand, and so on and so forth. So now the function that we requested for is here, right? And over here, what I wanted to do is get this and then right, we have our local state over here. And we also have our total, calculating the total price and quantity over there. Which is okay, I guess. But this is if we're dealing with the cart on its own. But what I want to do is just deal with adding to the cart. So I'll just paste this here for now. Then we'll just weed out all the things that we do not need. So first we need to get the cart from the session. Then if we have I'm not sure about this, because I can see they want us to put the cart and the product ID like so, right? So product ID like this, and then we'll come in here and say the ID is the product ID, of course, and then the name is the product name, of course. But now we don't need the product ID over here. We just need the price and the quantity. And at this point, it's the price that has been denoted at that point. So this will be product price. So product sale price. And then the quantity is 1, of course, because we are just adding 1. So now if the product ID has been set, then we'll come in here and say product ID quantity plus plus, which is fine. Otherwise, we just add this to and then we put this into the cart. And then these cart items, we'll get it from the cart at the very initial. Then calculating total, we'll just leave it for the cart itself. It is fine. I think we'll just use that as a separate component or a separate Livewire component, which one won't do harm as such. Now, what about getting the number of items in the cart? So calculating total items is a function here, array sum, array column, quantity. So, all right, so I get it now. I understand it now. So this is how we're going to go about this. This function works the way it is. When we go back to the products section over here, and then we add these items to the cart, here's what's going to happen. Whatever it is that's over here, it should be updating in the process. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to, first of all, let it be at 0. If we add 1, it changes. So where's my stuff? Where's my stuff? Product views, layouts, front. Wherever it is that I put that 99, I'll come in here and say if, all right? And then I'll come in here and say session. Get cart. All right, and then count. So now what I want to do is I want to get the count according to what it's stated over here. And getting the count is the array sum of the column inside the cart items quantity. So I'll just essentially just tick this. I put it over here. Array sum, array column, sessions get cart, and then quantity. And then we close this off and close that off. So all this, actually, in fact, we don't even need the array sum at this point. We need to check if it's greater than 0. Then we paste whatever it is that we needed to paste, which is this. And then over here where we have the 99 plus, we'll come and paste this down here. But then at the same time, we need to put the curly braces. Boom. Now we have this argument must be of type array, but null has been given. So the thing is, this has to also be there. Yeah, just like that. So if I come in here and click on add to cart, we've added the wireless mouse to the cart. So now if I come in reset, we have one item here. But now this item also needs to update. So if I add this to the cart, add this to the cart, add this to the cart, if I come in here and refresh this, we have 4 items in the cart, which is fine. I guess we're good to go at that particular point. So I've added this one, I've added random ones, and there are 4 items in the cart. If I add this, it's going to make it 5, and it should show me that the quantity of wireless mice that are in the cart right now are supposed to be 2, then other items are supposed to be 1 each, which is fair. All right, so now what do we do? 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 We now have to focus on the cart. Bingo. Now inside the cart, this is where things become a bit more interesting, very intriguing indeed. Inside the cart, what we're going to do here is, and then I'm just going to create a table and then create a part where the total is or is tabulated generally. So inside the cart.blade.php, what we have here is, if I go to my app, Livewire, front cart, and then I come in here and just do function. Actually, we'll start with public cart items. Actually, which is an empty array. Then we'll do a function here called mount. And then we'll come in here and say this cart items, and I want it to be this way, and then this way, is equal to session get, and then we'll come in here and say cart, which is fair. So we have all our cart items. And in order for us to get, like, we have the price, we have the quantity, and then we have the product ID inside the cart. So in order for us to get this list going, what we just need to do here is plot it, like, let's say in a table, right? So I'll just do a container and then table. I'll do a table default. We'll do an ID. We'll do a product name or product details. Then we'll do quantity. And then we'll do price. Then we'll do total price. Just looking at this the way it is, what I'll do is I'll do a dot row here, then column MD 8, right, or column 12, and then put the table there, such that if I come in here and do the column MD4 dot column 12, I have here a card and then the card is going to be a H5 over here where it says the total price. So total price will come here, and then the product details comes here. So now for over here, I'll just come in here and just do for each, and this for each loop is going to be for each cart items as cart item. And then here, inside this part over here, I'll just do a tr like this. We have the ID, which is now the cart item product ID. So I'll just come in here and list it out like this, cart item. Then we'll come in and just do product ID. Is it normally like this? I don't know. I'm not sure. And yeah, it should be ID, just ID. Yeah, so we have the ID, the product details. So yeah, I think this is all right. And they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have the product details, and the product details over here will come in like this. Maybe the image, if there was an image initially. But yeah, we'll start with the what? App models product find ID. So find ID will be find this one over here. Now I'm going to take this whole thing, cut it, and open up a section over here where I have my PHP. And this is going to be my current product. So I'll just do current underscore product is equal to this. So when I come in here and just open up current product, I'll come in here, current product, name, okay. And then because we're dealing with the table over here, we can just do maybe say a H5 and a small. Where instead of name we have description. And then we have the quantity, which is the cart item quantity. And then we have the cart item price. So the cart item price, I think, comes from here. So I'll just come in here and paste it here, price. And then over here, we'll take these two and multiply them. Divide by quantity. Like that. And then, of course, currency is an important thing. So I'll just come in here and just do a small KS. And one over here as well. And because we have this PHP over here, we can have another tag over here, PHP, and then we come and say total price. Is equal to, and then we take this here. And then we'll come in here and copy this, paste it here. And then what I want to have here is strong, and so that it signifies the total price down there, right? Which it works still. But now when we move to the total price here, we'll come and call it grand total. And instead of having card header instead, we'll just have card title. Grand total. Then card text. Then this one will have a H2 of maybe say now the grand total, which is here. So we'll just come and say number format and grand total. And of course, as always, we'll use the small over here, or KES right there, and then space it. It should have given a 0, but then now you can see when we started this, what we just want to do here is PHP outside the for each loop, which is very pivotal, and then we'll just do grand total is equal to 0, and then save it like that. So now we see grand total here is equal to 0. Now when we come here inside this at the end of this TR, doesn't necessarily have to be at the end of the TR, but we'll just come in here and say grand total plus equals to total price. By the end of the loop, we've added all the total prices for each and every one of these. So now, if you can see, we take this into our calculator. We have 386.96 plus 207.2 plus 38.1 plus 161.39. We have 793.65. So you can see here we have 794. Essentially, it should have been 793.65. So the reason why it's 794 is because over here in the number format, we have to put 2 decimal places. And we're good. 793.65, just like the total over here. So the thing about this is, I actually want to go and check out the cards and look at the card styles. So this is for card headers. This is horizontal. And you can see horizontal. It's all right. Oh, you open up a card body first, of course. Or something I've not done. So you open up a card body first inside this. So card body. Then I think we're good. So that's the grand total right there. One other I think we probably may have left out. So you can see quantity is 2 times this is okay. Yeah, everything is okay. I can see even this, the product details look okay. I think we probably have done it well enough. Now we just need to add a checkout button over here in the card body at the bottom. So I'll just come in here and just do a btn dot oh sorry, no, it's a btn primary, and then we have checkout. Okay, now this button, I feel as though it should be maybe here at the bottom, so that it stretches along the whole card, which is fair. This card title, maybe we just do margin start auto. I don't know if it will work unless we do card body or card Cart body maybe should be a flex, deflex. Maybe that will work. Or width 100. I don't know. Not text right, but text and yeah. Over here, text success, maybe. Then maybe over here, I'll just do a BG dark. Text white. Something, I don't know. This is just something I'm just playing around with. Maybe the text stand should be on the bottom one. Yeah, looks a lot more symmetrical, I'd say. And then of course now with this, maybe I'll just do a padding of 3 or 5, maybe 5 makes sense. And then the same for this one as well. Or maybe not even padding, maybe just margin. And margin X of 5. Now margin expands it, so maybe padding of X of 5. And then we'll do the same for the other one. Yeah. And when we click on checkout, it checks out. So now that's the checkout button. So we'll come in here and just, maybe it should be wire click. I don't know. Or maybe it should be an A tag. Href route checkout. And should be wrapped in the curly brackets. Yeah, I think that's it. So if I come in here and click on this, it takes us to the checkout. But now what I want is, I want it to pass the cart into the checkout. So in this situation, the cart items is here. Yeah. So I wanted to pass the cart items. Or we'll check out with the cart as it is. And then when we remove items, it also, deals with the session as it is. But yeah, so that's essentially how, all e-commerce systems should be working. Like, of course, the homepage is going to be like a crafted homepage. Like you can put whatever it is that you want to put in the homepage. But then when it comes to products, of course, now we can do a product search, things like that. Add all those products to the cart. And as you can see, because we've added 2 wireless mice, if I add another like portable charger twice, 3 times, 4 times, I'll come into the cart, you'll see the portable charger has come in here 4 times, and the grand total now changes, which is very intriguing. It should be very intriguing. When I click on checkout, now it has to take me to the checkout page. And it takes me to the checkout page. I want to go to the checkout page and see what it is that we can do here. Damn. I just imagined every which way this application could be so big. Every which way this application could be so big. This is fun. This is incredible. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're doing well. This application could be so big, and it could be redeployed for other people who want to use this particular application. It's a very overpowered system. When you think about the ins and outs of developing such a system, like the ins and outs of developing an inventory, an e-commerce system, it can be really overpowered if you want it to be. On the checkout page, we're talking of passing in the session as it is, and then actually paying for all those items as they are, placing those items on the purchases and the payments table with the quantities and all those different things that are stated, right? So that's how we're going to go about that. Well, of course, payments is a very crucial factor inside our application. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to be using a very lovely tool that I love to use whenever I'm dealing with Laravel packages most of the time. Pesapal. Ladies and gentlemen, Pesapal, you can accept M-Pesa payments and card payments all together, regardless of the situation, right? And let's say we click on signing up, right? Let's actually go to the developers portal. developers.pesapal.com. It's supposed to be developer. Okay, developer.pesapal.com. Then we go to the API 3.0 documentation, and at this point, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be understanding how to incorporate payments into a system. So we have the sandbox and we have the live, all right? We're going to be using the sandbox over here, so we're just going to come in here and just say, we're going to go to .env, we're going to create our Pesapal, just call it Pesapal credentials. And of course, there's so many ways we can go about this. So we're going to have the sandbox and the live, right? So we have the Pesapal env, all right? And over here, we're going to have sandbox. And yeah, that's essentially what we're going to have there. Now we have the API, we have the eCommerce section, then we have the authentication. Okay, we have a place where we are requesting for the token, and it's a post request. All financial systematic requests are always going to be post requests, and there's a reason why that is. For security purposes, of course, but there's a reason why that is. I'm going to make this as easy and seamless as possible so that you guys can actually understand what's going on over here. So I'm going to copy this link, okay? And, well, I'm going to use this as the base URL. So there's other URLs that I'll be needing to use. There's the consumer key and the consumer secret. So Pesapal consumer key, which is here. And then there's a consumer secret, which is there. And of course, because we are on what's this, our sandbox, there's definitely, there has to be a place where I can be able to get these, the consumer key and the consumer secret. But more on that later. We just need to create these functions. For us to create these functions, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come in here inside our terminal. I'm going to do PHP artisan make class. I'm going to call it app. Oh, to make the class, it creates it inside the app, right? So we're just going to go do services, and then I'll do a stroke like that, and then I'll call it Pesapal service. And it creates it inside here, app services Pesapal service.php, right there, right? Okay, so we have a few things we need to do, of course. We have the base URL. So I'll do a public base URL. And then we'll come in here and say this base URL. So, or we'll just do an if statement over here. So if env Pesapal, what's it called? Pesapal env. Right, Pesapal env is equal to live, right? Then this base URL. Actually, in this situation, don't even need to use an if statement. Watch this. So I'll say this base URL is equal to, then we'll come in here and just use the first one here, which is this one. So if it's live, then we'll use the other one. So this one is supposed to be the one that is separate. This one is the one that is supposed to be used when it's live. So now, given that we're in sandbox, we're good. And we close that off. Let it format itself. Yeah. Now we're good to go. All right, so now when we go to the documentation itself, we go to eCommerce, and then we go to authentication. Inside authentication, this is the URL that needs to be used. So we need to come in here and create a function over here called public function authentication. And they're all post requests, by the way. Let's call it authenticate. Right? Now this authenticate function is going to pass in this URL, right? So it's going to be coming here and saying URL is equal to, and I'm just going to come in and say this base URL, and then combine it with that. Right? And then we'll come in here and just do HTTP, which is coming in from there. Then we'll say post. Then we'll take the URL. So we post the URL with what? With data. The data is the headers. So the headers are the accept and the content type, which is fine. And then there's also the consumer key and the consumer secret, which are also supposed to be part of them, the parameters. So there's the consumer key and the consumer secret. So the consumer key, they're supposed to be like this consumer key, which is supposed to be ENV. Then we take the PESAPAL consumer key. Then there's the consumer secret, which is PESAPAL consumer secret. So notice that there's a difference between headers and parameters. Right? This one is telling us that the parameters, all right, or the request body is supposed to be the consumer key and the consumer secret. In order to test that, I'm going to open Insomnia. And I'm going to go to the home page. I'm going to come in here and create a request collection for PESAPAL. And then I'm going to come in here, create a new HTTP request, make it a post request. And because we're working with this one, I'm going to come in here and put in front of this one, like so. So that is our request token. Now our parameters or our body is supposed to be coming in as JSON most of the time. And this JSON is supposed to come in here with the sample request over here, which is this. So this is the consumer key and the consumer secret. Right, so those are the two. And now in order for us to get these consumer keys and the consumer secret, I'm just going to go back to the introduction to actually get everything. Developers can also be able to test the integration using the test credentials here. So yeah, here it is, Kenyan merchant, consumer key. I have the consumer key here and the consumer secret, which is over here. So check this out, yeah? We send and we get the token. Okay? So when we send, we get the token. So this is essentially the consumer key and the consumer secret that we're going to be using. So we're going to go to our .env. We're going to paste our consumer key over here and our consumer secret over here, like so. And save that. So now our authentication function works, right? And now we're getting this token back in JSON format. So what we're going to come in here and do is, given that our current situation is that we have our, where's our PESAPAL service? So here we are. So we have our authenticate function right there, HTTP post. So this one is supposed to be response is equal to that, and then we come in here and just say return response JSON. And that's pretty much it, right? So that's our authenticate function, and that's how we're supposed to do it in Pesapal. If we come inside our documentation again, now we go to the eCommerce JSON, we go to the register IPN URL. So IPN stands for instant payment notification. So when a payment is made against a transaction, Pesapal will trigger an IPN call to the notification URL related to this transaction. This notification URL is usually located on your own servers. So we need to create a URL that handles the payment notification, and this notification allows you to be alerted in real time whenever there's a status change for any transaction. An IPN is particularly important as it allows you to be notified in case the following happens. So your client gets disconnected after payment due to internet issues. Your client experiences server errors, hence Pesapal, and your application gets disconnected before callback URL is loaded. Your client exits your application or closes the browser during payment, and then the transaction is rejected. So like in a situation where, like, let's say you decline a card, or your M-Pesa is low balance and stuff like that. Great. So we get the essence of all this, right? So as such, have an IPN configured to allow Pesapal to notify your servers when a status changes. So before we go any further, in our authentication, we usually given our sample request. Now this is our sample response. And the sample response, if we look at our Insomnia, it matches that of what it is that has been given here, right? So our request has been processed successfully. If we go ahead and try as much as we can to check all these other APIs, we've also been given our sample responses so that we can be able to test with our notification IPNs and see how well they were going to be working. So you can see our sample responses over here, and you can see our, this is for, I think the status is when that it's active. And yeah, I think it's really good, I'd say. Okay, so this is the sample request. It goes in with the URL and the IPN notification type, which is also okay. So it registers all the IPNs. That's the registration of the IPN. So if we need to create that, we'll create it almost the exact same way we've created this one. So we'll come in here, public function, register IPN, right? And then we'll come in here and say this base URL. According to this one, it's supposed to be on this one. API URL setup register IPN. API URL setup register IPN, right? Like that. And then we have our response we're posting through this, and then we have to pass in our URL and IPN notification type. So URL and then the IPN notification type. So I'm seeing normally it should be a GET request, so I'm not sure. So, and then over here I'll just come in and say route Pesapal IPN, right? Which will be fine. I think we'll register that very well. We'll move forward. Actually, we can even do it like this, yeah? We can go ahead and create that API route. And for us to create that API route, it's inside here, okay? Right there. And then we'll come in here and say route get. Then we'll come in here and say IPN API. So it's API already. Then we'll say Pesapal IPN. And then we'll come in here and say Maybe a function that now logs this inside. We'll log info, and then we'll say pesapal, and context will be, so we'll just say request. So request, and then we'll come in and say pesapal request all. And that's how we'll log that all. And yeah, just state it like that. I think that's fine. I think for now we can keep it like this, in such a manner that if we decide, okay, if we decide that we want to go into Insomnia, and let's create a HTTP request, then we'll do HTTPS. This one is eCommerce app .test/API/pesapal-IPN, and then we go ahead and now this is a GET request. If we did post instead, and then we said that through the sample response we'll be able to log this inside the system. We'll put it in JSON. We'll do this like this, and then send. You can see post method for not supported for get routes. But now, if we save this and did it differently, nobody returned for response. But now we'll go into our storage logs, Laravel log, and at the very bottom, I think we'll be able to see what we are on about. There we go. So local info, pesapal. This is what we're talking about. So this is essentially what we want to receive from our system, and how we want to save all that. I don't know. Depending on how the IPN behaves, or how most situations will require us, we'll change it. So you can see the IPN notification type required is either GET or POST. This is the HTTP request method pesapal will use when triggering the IPN alert. So yeah, I think essentially a POST method would be ideal. So I'll just use POST, and then we'll come in here and say the name is pesapal.ipn. And when we come to our pesapal service, over here we'll have to change it to POST. And then we'll return the response, which is JSON. And the JSON response should be that, we're able to. Well, status 200 means that it's successful. So, yeah. So that's the kind of service that we're aiming for. So now we're done with registering the IPNs. We now want to get the IPN list. Of course, now this one will be another time, I guess. Then submit order request. So now this is an order request where we have a payment being done. So once you receive the bearer token, the next step will be the actual request to create a payment request. A good example would be the case where the customer has clicked Pay Now, but the Pay Now button on your website. At this point, you call the Submit Order Request, and in return, you'll want to get the response which contains the payment redirection URL, which you then redirect the customer to or load the URL as an in-frame within your site in case you don't want to redirect the customer off the application. So the payment URL will contain the payment methods presented to the customer by pesapal. After the customer has made the payment, they will redirect to your callback URL, which you have already provided us as part of the submit order request. So essentially the IPN, yes, may be mandatory, but with the callback URL, and I think we need a JSON format for this. So this is a sample request. Yeah, and this is essentially what we want to create. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try this submit order request situation by creating another function. So I'm just doing public function, and then we'll do submit or make payment. All right, so in order to make this payment, I'll just come in here and collect. And this is a post request as well. So we'll come in here and just do a HTTP post. So I'll just come in here and do, first of all, URL is equal to this same thing over here. And I'll just replace this with, now I have a lot of stuff on my clipboard, but then we'll come in here and just do HTTP post, and then we'll put the URL and the data. The data will be everything that is in here. But now, because we're dealing with it in PHP, we'll get rid of this, we'll get rid of this. And then, yeah, and then these two, this one will be a opening, and this one will be a closing. And I don't know when to close this off. Yeah, we'll close it off there. And then everything that is a colon becomes an arrow. Everything except, okay, so I think we've selected all of them that need to be selected. Oops. There. Is that everything? Yeah, that's everything. So we just need to do it like that. And I think we're good. At this particular point, we're good. So now, the only thing that needs to now change is, okay, we're making the payment. What ID are we using? What currency, we know what currency we're using. Amount, we know what we're using. Description, the payment description goes here. We know what we're using. Then there's the callback URL. So the callback URL will register it over here. So it's supposed to be a post request over here. So it's come in here and say Pasapal callback. And given that this callback always has a response, so there's definitely going to be a sample request, then there's a response, then there's supposed to be another one, which is the post data. So this is what's coming in from the callback, I believe. This should be what's coming back from the callback. So there should be a sample response. So this is the request over here. This is the response with the redirect URL over here. So when you click on that initiating of the payment, that's what it redirects you to this. And then there's a callback URL that really needs to, redirect you back to, or rather send back some data. The only thing that may also be a bit of a challenge is what will I use how will I store the IPN data? It is very interesting. This will be very interesting. Normally, I would have seen like the whole, this is the introduction, right? And this is not bad actually. At least the thing with this is we know it's redirecting you to a different page. Actually, let's do this, yeah? So we have registered the IPNs, right? So we need to get the IPN lists. So to get the IPN list, right? So we were here, get IPN list. The URL is here. So we get that, and then the body, it's a GET request. This is actually a GET request. So it's HTTP GET with the URL, and then this. And then you see it says authentication, bearer token, use the token generated during authentication. So before we even get the IPN list, right, and even the IPN, first of all, we need to actually use the token. So the token is generated from here. If we come in here and go to register this IPNs, so the request headers, we already have this in the content type, right? And we should have the sample request over here, but then I'm not seeing a place where it's saying that you need to, oh yeah, it says use token generated during authentication. So we didn't finish this. We needed to say with, maybe with basic auth, with, you can say with token, yeah, with token right there, with token. So, and then we put the bearer token, which is coming in from this authenticate. Or we can even say this token, so you can say this token, so token is equal to bearer space, and then we come in here and say this authenticate. Now, because we're coming in here and we're getting a JSON response from this one here, it's actually this one here, we can come in here and collect the token right there. So we come in here and we come and get the token. And this token is not combined with anything else. It's not a bearer token. It's a bearer token, but then it's not combined with anything else. So I just need to combine it here with bearer token like that. Or I could come in here like this and put it here. And in such a manner, I could even just take this part over here, actually delete this, and this with token, this authenticates is fine. So in fact, I could actually do like this. I could actually do it this way. And then I could also add this part over here. Great. So how do we go from here? We can see we have a callback URL over here. So we come here and pass this here, pass the route. Then we say pass sapal.callback. Redirect mode, not set. Branch name not set. Billing address not set. It should come with like the person who's making the payment. So I think that's okay. So we'll just leave it like this as static as it is for now. So that when we are coming into the checkout page, we can actually go to the checkout page right now. And actually, even with cart, yeah, actually with the cart, the checkout page is where we set all the variables and all that stuff, but it's okay. Because the cart takes us to the checkout button takes us to the checkout page. I keep on forgetting that whole like essence of how this application operates. Let's move on forward. Okay, so what are we saying here? We have the IPN, the IPN list, which is fine, and we get it in JSON format. Okay, then the next bit is submitting the order request and then getting transaction status. So submitting order request is the make payment situation. We need to do it with token, then we post this. And then this one, we just need to get the response. And then on getting the response, you come in here and just say return response JSON like so. Now, making this payment, I don't know if this ID needs to be like, I don't know. It refers to unique merchant reference generated by your system. It should be unique at all times for every order request. Okay. So what we're going to pass in here is the ID, or rather the, what's this? We'll call it the payment ID. Then we'll call for the currency is okay, amount, the description. So we'll call it like this, actually, payment ID, amount, the description, and I think billing address, the email address. So this one shall be the customer. So we'll just call about the billing address. We'll just call it billing details. We're crushing it, we're crushing it. We're crushing it strong. Which one did I close? Yeah, shouldn't have closed that one. Great. Okay, so email address is coming in from billing details. All right, so we'll come in here and say, maybe say billing, and it's coming in as an array. So yeah, should be a card. Billing, email address. Or we'll just do it like this, yeah? Email address. Or I'll just call it email, like that. Email, phone, country code, first name, last name, so all those different details like first name, middle name, last name. I think we'll just add that one there as well. Line 1, and then you can see some of these items I can leave null. So middle name I can leave null. Line 1 I can leave null. What else I can leave null? Middle name, line 2. Actually, even line 2 I can leave like that. City, state, postal code, zip code. So now we have email, phone, country code. Okay, country code, I'll just leave it as KE, just like that. So I don't need to even put country code here. I have to stay focused a little bit more. First name, middle name. Last name. Then line 1, we can have line 1 over here. I put line 1 and I set it to null. It should be line 2. The line 1 is supposed to be here. Alright, I can put line 2 or nothing at all. Then see state I left null. I can do then these items need to also come from the entry. Ooh, this is going to be a long function. City, state. Already picture what I'm going to be doing here. State, postal code. And then a zip code. Aha. Okay, so this is a function that has how many inputs? Of course, the payment ID is something that comes in here. Payment ID, we have the currency, the amount comes in here. And this one needs to be decimal, but then it needs to be what? Float? Yeah, float amount. Then description comes here. Then we have the, yeah, I think we have everything, and everything has been stated. So that's the making of the payment function right there. I think I zoned out for like about 3 minutes, just imagining what else I need to do with this function. Okay, then get transaction status. Ooh, it's insane. So this is a response, but the request just needs the order tracking ID. The order tracking ID usually is gotten from here, once you've already made the request for payment. So if like let's say for example, like over here, this is the request. The response comes in with the order tracking ID. So there's a way you need to save this order tracking ID so that you can actually be able to check, or rather save this kind of stuff, you know, to produce results. Maybe I need a break. Maybe I need another break. I know I've been streaming for about 5 hours now. Maybe I need a break, to be fair. Yeah, so let me just take a small short break and then we'll be right back. Break time over. Break time over. It's time. Yikes, we're exploiting Passapal at this point. I don't even remember where I was. It was like literally a 10-minute break. Let's look at this. Okay, so we have the make payment function. The next thing is this one here, which is the next one is all right, next one is get start transaction status. So we have the public function get transaction status, which is supposed to be supposed to be a post request, I think. Yeah, it's a get request. How? How is this supposed to be a get request, honestly? Okay, let's try it. Let's try. Think about it. So this is the request parameter. How is this a get request, honestly? I don't believe it. Attached as a query parameter. Oh, okay. Okay, makes sense. So we'll come in here, of course, as always, base URL. Quite interesting, actually, quite interesting. And yes, of course, there's the order tracking ID. Yeah. So I need to copy this part over here, paste it here, get transaction status, and then because it's a query parameter, it's supposed to be passed. Okay, let me just do it like this. Yeah, HTTP. We'll just do a response as HTTP with token, and we'll just pass in the token which we get from our authenticate function, and then we'll just come in and say get. So it's a get request. We'll pass in the URL, and the query parameter is coming in from here, the order tracking ID. Sample request. Where's the sample? So the query, the parameter should be order tracking ID. Being equal to the order tracking ID that's being passed in through here. Yeah, there we go. And then now the sample response comes in like this. So yeah, so we return response JSON. Yeah, that's how we get the transaction status for that. The next thing we go ahead and do is subscription-based payments, which we're not going to be doing as such. Although this will come in handy. This will come in handy for sure. This will come in handy. I'll remember this. Anyway, we can move on forward. As you can see, we can see you can see after successfully processing your request using the submit order request endpoint, the customer will be shown an option to opt into the recurring model on the PESAPAL iframe during payment. The customer will then configure the frequency, so it's either daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, or yearly. Set a start and end date, and finally enter an amount to be automatically deducted from their card on each payment cycle. So this is, yeah, so this is for setting up for recurring payments. This works, this works. It's almost the same as this, it's the same URL, yeah? The submit order request endpoint. But that's what they just need to do. Setting up for future recurring payments. But this will come in handy some other time. So I think I'm not going to be using this. And then there's the refund request. All right, we're good. We're good. All right, so I think this one for refunding, I think I won't do it just yet. So now we can go back to this point over here where we are at the checkout and see actually what it is that we're actually doing here. Okay, good. So checkout page. This is essentially what we need to do, the making of the payment. This is how we're gonna go about this. So go to the checkout page over here. We'll start by, declaring a public cart items. Make it equal to, of course, empty array. Then we have the mount function, and where this we pass in this cart items is equal to session get cart, and this should be a public function. Great, and yeah, I think that's it. And this should be a single S. Yeah, I think that's more or less like that. Once you get the cart items, now we can also start by doing, you know, the Passapal shenanigans, of which, given this, I think I can use this. So we'll go inside here, make that happen. And I think we're good to go now. I think as long as this creates it, we'll come in here, copy this. We'll go to our checkout. Dot row dot column md7 dot column 12. Sorry, this should be like that, and then the next one is column md5, so we'll just leave this here like that. Given that we're using a form, and then we've put it inside a container with padding y of 4, so you can see payment ID, amount, description, email, first name, middle name, last name, address, and then I make the payment. And then before we even go ahead and make the payment, I need a column md5, a column maybe column 6 instead of column 12 for both. And then from here I'll just put a card. This card will maybe be a card header, and then h5 dot text center, and then maybe say purchased items. We'll say checkout items, then card body, And then we'll have those items now on display on the list right now. So given that we already have actually, let's refresh this, we see what happens. We'll check out items and then we can list them down actually. So given that we can do them in a table, we can just maybe say item name. So you can say item quantity QTY and then the $sign or price. We'll just say price. And then from here, then for each cart items as cart item or as item, and then we'll come in here and do, okay, so the item is there, then the quantity we can just get it from item like this, item quantity. Yeah, and then of course price. And then there's the total price as well. So the total here, and then we'll come in here and just do quantity times price. And then we'll make it in strong, I guess. Like so. And yeah, just do a K, a small KS, space it. Same for this one, small KS with space, and this one and then this other one doesn't need. So item, quantity, price, total. Then at the very end, we have the sum of the cart items, yeah. So we'll do that, the whole array sum. Array sum. Then it's, what was it again? It was inside the cart. Array sum was array sum. Should have been array sum. I might not remember an array sum. Where did I put it? I can't quite remember where I put that one. Well, it should be in here, because I think I got that method here. Array sum, array column, this cart items quantity. Yeah, so array column, this cart items quantity. We don't need to do array sum. We don't need to do array sum. We just need to do total or grand total. And then the grand total comes in from here. So we'll start it at PHP. Like so. Then we'll say grand total is equal to 0. Then we'll come in here and say so grand total is equal to, or plus equals to, then we'll open the brackets here, and then we'll take this quantity item and quantity price, and we're almost good to go. So 18449, which is okay, but this one should have been like the last one, and then I'll probably put it as a H1 or a H2 or a H3 actually, and put it there. And of course the KES small should be there. I don't know if small responds inside the H3, but nah, doesn't make any sense. Alright, then we'll just come in here and just do this. Put it inside here. And then take this part over here as well. Put it inside here. Let's see. Item. Now the make payment button should be at the very bottom. I think having it here is counterproductive. So if we close up like this one, and then put it just here, it stretches across the whole line like that. So now let me do MT3, and then we'll do a BTNLG or a BTNXL like that. Makes sense. But now the thing about this is that I don't want this product description, and then I maybe want this to be a H6. Yeah, makes it better. Now all these wire models that are over here, oh, there are no wire models here. So this one should be payment ID. So wire model.live, and then this one should be payment ID. It's too interesting. So payment ID, amount, description. So now it looks like I have to open them side by side, because keeping up is crazy. So I'll have payment ID, the amount. I'll also have the text area should have the description. Email address. And phone, this is the phone. This one is the first name. The middle name and last name. And we have the line 1. This is the most boring part of coding, is creating forms. Line 2. This one is the city, state, then we have the postal code, and for the last one we have the zip code. And we have the protected rules which are up here. Normally I'd want to do a public function. And then we call rules like this. Then we return an array of figures. There we go. And then we close that off and refactor. So like this, I think we're good to go. Like this, I think we've done the most. So now the button for making the payment shouldn't be button type submit, but should have a wire click attached to it. Wire click. So then we say make payment. I think we're doing well. I think we're doing very, very well. Okay, so we have this make payment function, which we're supposed to create over here on this checkout blade.php. So we'll come in here, we create it right now. This function is called make payment. Great. Right. So this function called make payment, when we want to actually first of all validate. And before you even validate, actually, before we even do anything, I want to wrap this all in a try catch. Whereas when we throw the error, the validation, we want to do this dispatch. And then when we dispatch, we want to dispatch the event called done. And since this is a throwable, so then it's an error. And we want to say something went wrong. And we want to attach the th get message. So from the throwable, we attach the message and we get everything. What do we try? We're validating the stuff, so this validates. Okay, so now once we validate the rules, now we want to try making the payment. So we'll come in here and say Pal service make payment. Now we'll run in the payment ID, which is this payment ID. We'll run in the amount, which is this amount. Now, thing about the amount is, we'll come in and say this amount is equal to, so we'll come in here and get the, the cart items, which are also in public reference. So this amount, this description, this email, we'll say this phone, this first name, this middle name, this last name, this line 1, this line 2, the next one is the city, this city. The next one is this state. Then this one, this postal code. And then this zip code. Okay. So I think we have all these items there. Yeah, I think that's generally it. Once we call that, what happens next? Does it redirect us back to the checkout page? Who knows? Now the amount. This amount should be coming in from the cart items. So we'll come in here and pass in grand total, which is equal to 0. Then we'll say for each, and this for each should run in the cart, these cart items. as item. Then grand total plus equals, then we'll open the brackets and say item quantity multiplied by item price. And that's that. Ideally, what we could do is we replace this amount to this grand total. So this one here, and then this one here. And then we get rid of this altogether. Once we do that, when we come here, you can see amount comes here. So given that we already have amount, and also payment ID also needs to be something that we can generate on it on our own. Should go hand in hand with the purchase. Right? I think it should go hand in hand with the purchase. And the purchase should have when it goes to the payment, when it's being linked to the payment, the order tracking ID should be attached to that payment. But we'll see how to go about it, as long as clicking the make payment button works. So I'll just come in here and create a function. And this function will be generate payment ID. What's this function gonna do? So I want to generate a unique payment ID for PayPal transactions. So you can use timestamp based, you can do a prefix, you can do all those different things. So this is exactly what I want. And then we can come in and say this PayPal ID is that what we're looking for? Is equal to just generate payment ID. That's it. Payment ID. And once you save that, we can see we have it here. Using the timestamp, using all that. Yeah, so that one is done. So which means in our checkout, we don't need that in our form. All right, then this is saying instance method shall not be called statically. Okay, yeah. Then now what next? Should not be called statically. think we're good here. Even if we call it like this, will it be? I wonder. So at the payment ID, we have the amount, description, email, phone. So we need to get rid of the payment ID and the amount, of which we'll go to our checkout page and get rid of them from there. So payment ID and amount are these ones. So email, phone number, description, first name, middle name, last name. So description, first name, middle name, last name. So I think these ones should come first. Yeah. The description field is required and 8 others, which is alright. I would say first name, middle name, and last name should come first. Payment ID and amount obviously should be there. First name, middle name, last name, email. Description, no, let's put phone first. Description comes after. Then line 1, line 2, city, state, postal code, and zip code. I think all those are just okay. And yeah, good to go. Yeah. So we're good to go. At this point, we're okay now. At this point, we're at the checkout point, and all the form details are right there. So now once we come in here, we put in our email, test description. I wonder if this will run. Let's see what happens. So what is it saying? Data, cart items. You know, once we initiate the payment, it should also, like, you know, give us a URL to redirect to, I think. So let's go back here. We go to this part for the submitting order request. You sent our sample request. This is our sample response where it has the redirect URL. With this redirect URL, let's say response. Let's say a response is here. Let's see what happens now. Given that test. This is not what I'm looking for. Let's say this dispatch done info test complete. Of course, it works. Just complete, okay. So, what about now? It's giving off a vibe of it's giving off that vibe of it doesn't want to work for me because maybe there's some cached remnants of some stuff somewhere. And also again, I need to get this order tracking ID. Yeah, I don't know if it will do it. Let me just remove our node. npm run build. Great. Now let's see. Trying to access array offset on null. I wonder how I was calling this the first time. So think the one that I was using was the M-Pesa Daraja API when I was trying it out. And where it was, let me see how I carried out the function. So I went to app services and M-Pesa service. This is where I created my stuff. But when I went to Livewire and M-Pesa transaction, yes, this is it. This is the stuff. Okay, so that's where I did it. So, which means I now need to use expose. And now for me to use expose in this application, I'll just come in here and say heard. First, I need to check out the what? There's something weird happening here. I don't know what's going on with Laravel HUD and all my other sites. There we go. So why was it misbehaving? I don't get it. Jesus. All this time I've been struggling, yeah? So there's HUD, there's a bot for HUD for exposure. Which will enable me to use yeah, this is it. So herd share, and that's all I need to do. Okay, so we're opening the herd project with expose. It's exposed. I'll go to the products. Normally it needs it to be in HTTPS, so I'll just open this in HTTPS. Let it load. Go to the products. Let it load also. Okay, we'll add this to the cart. Added this to the cart. Added it again. And then, okay. Now we go to the cart here. Now I click on checkout. Of course, my first name, email, description, yada yada yada. And then we make the payment. Right, so yeah, I think the whole making of the payment is a problem. Well, what's supposed to happen? What is generally supposed to happen? Let's actually create another HTTP request, make it a post request. We go to our submit order request over here. This is the endpoint. Okay, we get the body. The request body is over here. I think we should actually get it from here. And then once we get the request body, we'll put it inside here, JSON, paste it here, send. Invalid API credentials. So headers. Oh, no. Invalid API credentials, invalid or missing credentials provided. So we need to get the credentials from here first. We take this token, copy it, paste it here inside auth, inside headers or parameters. Is it? Yeah, bearer token. Then we put the token over here, and then we go to the body and send. The specified IPN ID is invalid. So the thing about it is that after successfully creating the order, your response will contain a payment URL. Meaning, so the status 200 means your request processed, the payment has been received successfully, meaning the order has been successfully created on your system, and you can now redirect to the redirect your customer to make the payment. So that's the response. But what if it's not 200? Okay. I think I get it now. I think the essence is we need to redirect the user from this point. Instead of returning the response to JSON, return redirect. So if response status 200, return redirect, But the thing about it is, I would also want to get the order tracking ID at that point, and also store it in the DB. At the same time, also make that payment. So it's very iffy. Okay, let's return response. Let's actually look at this. Oh, we did that. Nice. Okay, but yes, we're good. So if the response data comes with the okay. So, it should be called actually redirect URL. So this one initially was wrong also. I think what I'll do is response get body, and then we'll return the response data. Then inside the checkout, Not if I called it statically now at this point. Let's try that. Well, this is tough, man. This is tough. This is tough, 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 tough. Unless I did this service we buy. Unless I did it badly. Because the token is okay, the specified IPN ID is invalid. It's saying specified IPN ID is invalid. Okay, question is it that I'm supposed to also specify the IPN when I'm making this request? Okay, we're getting response data. object. No, I just want to see the data that is being passed here. I just want to see the data that's being passed through here, and I don't. How about we die dump the payments? There we go. Stream resource. Okay. So we got this down to some degree. How about we JSON decode? Nothing. Okay, this is null. All right, then let's do this here. Let's authenticate. We see what comes in from here. Right, let's authenticate. Let's see what happens. We get our bearer token. Okay, great. Great scenes. Now, when we get our bearer token, that's okay, that's fine. Well, yeah, so our bearer token comes in. We need our bearer token to carry out this function. We don't need even our IPNs at this point. Or do we? I don't know. Okay, just looking at notification ID over here. This represents an IPN URL which PESAPAL will send notifications to after payments have been processed. Oh, okay. And for us to get the list of IPN URLs, okay. So I need to go back to checkout, register IPN. I'll come in here and do the thing. Error, invalid API credentials provided, invalid access token. But when sending IPNs, oh yeah, we need the access token. So register IPN, this authenticate. Route is passable IPN. Oh, but I think also the route is not collaborating because we're still using. Okay, so which means we need to set this up inside our dot. Like so, up your save this. See what happens. Yeah, throwing an error again. Wow. Invalid API credentials provided. This is incredible. Since is this something I'm not getting? I just feel like there's something I'm probably not getting. Is it that I missed out on the headers as well? If that was the case, then this should have also been a problem by default. Let's see, goes on. Okay, I think we're good to go. The headers have no problem whatsoever. Application JSON, let's go. Right. So it's all the same. I've done everything that I needed to do. I'm still not getting the body back. By the time it's coming back with an error. It's saying invalid API credentials provided. But every time I set up a new token when I'm making a new request, new token here, here, here as well. Maybe I should get body here. So let's see what happens when I do the get body. Okay, so it does stream resource. There's probably something that I didn't do right. Registering an IPN URL is a post request. Okay, this is the body that I'm supposed to give. I've done that. I don't know why I get the feeling that I'm supposed to first of all register the IPN first and then we move on forward. And then what's supposed to be the response that I get afterwards? This is actually insane. 6 hours, but well, 6 hours in, to be fair, and I've already come till the checkout page. So I think the next time, I think we'll be dealing with the admin panel. I just want to get through with this and the shenanigans. No, that is this particular application. Oh, all right. So it says, click here to download test credentials to use while connecting to our. Okay, this is for opening a live production business account, but this here is for testing credentials while doing the thing. And these are fine. I think we're good. I think we're good. Because generating the token is the least of my worries. The next thing is the IPN and registration endpoint. Unless one of my URLs are wrong inside my passable service, which I highly doubt. API URL setup, register IPN. Let's try instead of JSON. Interesting. Very interesting. Because click on make payment. Oh, we're at error. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Because now registering IPNs is not working. No. Okay, that one works. So what gives? Valid access token given. So very interesting indeed. introduce a response to your. Let's see what is going on. Let's just return the whole response. And there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing from that one. Wow. This is actually incredible. Sandboxing this is crazy. But all this we'll try as much as we can to put it inside the admin side of things, inside the settings, so that when it comes to now also doing the POS systems and all that stuff, you're good to go. The thing that's really caught me off guard is the fact that, like, even if I come in here and do it from his side, absolutely no response whatsoever. Maybe it's because I've also done JSON decode on this side. But let's try it again. The response is here. The status code is 500. Alright, and then we have these are header names, the headers themselves, and then the stream is here. Stream resource, you can see this. And then you can see decoded is null. So there's absolutely nothing, even response wise. There's absolutely nothing. That's all really shocking. So I don't know. Maybe I should use live data. What the hell, man? I've struggled, but we're good. I think we're good to go. Well, we'll try again, and we'll try again tomorrow or on Monday. We'll try and make this thing look easy again, but either way, you know, e-commerce is what it is. As you can see, we've done most things. The products page. The only thing we've not done is like the product item, but we can add this to the cart, as you can see. So if I refresh this again, we come to 10. But now what I want to do is, like, if I click on add to cart, if I come and I want to be able to re-render this part again. Anyway, we'll figure all of that out tomorrow or the day after. But all in all, I mean, yeah, I think I've made my point to some degree. It's just a matter of trying to make this payment system work, and I picked a random one. I could have actually picked the M-Pesa API, the Daraja M-Pesa API, of which I could have probably aced this with the M-Pesa API. I guess this application will see the light of day again tomorrow. Oh my goodness, that's it, folks. I'm so tired now. Oh. Very tired. All right, so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's been your boy Nyanumba Codes. It's been Steve Nyanumba back with another live stream, and I will see you guys in the next one. Hopefully I'll be able to catch you guys again. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so tired. I don't know even how to end this stream, but it's been a good stream. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. I will see you guys in the next one. Please do indeed take care. As always, God bless.